Hello, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, amateurs of chess and lovers of chess. So we are here at the super tournament in Khanty-Mansiysk. The point is that there is a super tournament with 10 very strong participants. The average rating of the tournament right now 2610. So that's very much. All of the participants are very strong. They are top grandmasters. And we are here to look at their games and enjoying the process. This tournament has a so-called fast classic time control. That means that every participant has only 1 hour per game and, of course, 30 seconds per move. So that means that we have 2 rounds every day. Everything goes very quickly, intense and energetic. So that's really interesting to look at the tournament. Yesterday was 2 rounds, first and the second. Right now the third round has started 2 minutes ago. As you can see, in tournament hall, 10 participants look at each other, look at the board, and they are trying to create a perfect opening variations, or maybe not. So it depends. Our cameraman in the tournament hall to show you how it unfolds, our photographer, so a lot of media guys that want to show you the process of the tournament. So me too. I'm a part of a media of the tournament and I'll discuss the games with you, to understand moves, plans, variations, etc. Okay, the first 3 minutes left and we can look at the openings and that third round. The name of the tournament, as you can see in my background, 23rd Karpov Chess International Tournament. So, you know where you are right now. As for openings, let's look at the board with very short sight, just to identify the name of the openings and names of the participants, if you didn't watch yesterday's stream. So, 10 participants, and the first pair is Lazavik Denis against Gledura Benjamin. Benjamin has 1.5 out of 2, so he has a third place right now. That's interesting. But this tournament has 9 rounds, only 2 has left, so that means that everything can change potentially. So we don't know who would be the champion, but some feelings after the first rounds we have. Okay. So, as for the position, it was a Caro-Kann defense in the first board, e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, advanced variation of the Caro-Kann, c5, so-called Botvinnik variation. The point is that pawn c7 goes to c5 by 2 tempos, c6 and c5. And if you're an amateur, you can ask a question. So why Black decided to spend their time, to do that by 2 tempos? But the answer is really simple. We should compare that situation with French defense. In French defense, usually, you have the same ideas with attacking d4 square by the pawn, with c5 by 1 tempo, but the big difference with Caro-Kann defense is weak white-colored bishop on c8, because in French defense this bishop cannot go to the center. So in the Caro-Kann defense, of course, Black wasted more time, but the main difference is free bishop. So knight c6, that's an opening theory, nothing new. So bishop e2. If I remember right, we saw that variation in the first round of that tournament. So right now, as for knight f3, it would be a pin with bishop g4, so our d4 point is not so solid. That's why right now white regularly decides to play bishop e2. preparing short castle and asking opponent what he wants to do next. Because after e6, for example, this bishop blocked and knight is ready to go to the center, protecting the main square d4. As I told you a million times, d4 is the main square in the French defense, in the Caracan defense, so everybody wants to attack it or protect it. Black wants to attack, white wants to protect. So that's only idea in that opening, or at least one of the most important. So. For example, as for queen b6 right now, if I remember right, that's possible to take here, because queen on c5 spend a lot of time to going away from all the attacks. And it's hard to black, create something useful for that situation. e6 blocking this bishop and all this stuff. That's why the theory recommends to play a6. So that wasn't the game. Benjamin plays a6. And, the game is continuing. Everything is okay. We can go to the next board. We can move on. So let's do that. The second board. Yeah. Oh. Let's analyze. What's happening? Wahidov Shamsuddin plays against Akaban Aram in the second board of the third round of the 23rd Karpov International Chess Tournament in the 12th of April of 2026 year. In 11 a.m. if we are talking about numbers. But let's what we should do. Okay, as for this opening, it started like an Italian game. I think that's the first Italian game in this tournament. Usually, Italian game is very rarely opening in Grandmasters games, because, there is opening with a long history from, 16th century or something like that. And everybody knows everything here. Especially as for Grandmasters, there is impossible to find the new variations and put your opponent into a situation that he doesn't know. That's really something impossible, mission impossible, like in Tom Cruise's movies. But right now it was chosen. Moreover, instead of c3 with idea of d4, that means more aggressive and intense variation. It was knight c3 and d3, so-called gioco pianissimo. Calm, slowly, all this stuff. That's about this variation. Knight a4, trying to take this bishop, a3. If you have a question why this knight went to the edge of the board and didn't take it the next move, I'll answer you that this bishop hasn't an option to go away from the trade. So white wanna stay here because bishop cannot go away. So okay, short castle, h6, h3, avoiding these pins from the flank, another typical thing in Italian game, and rook a8. It looks like everybody is absolutely calm in the situation. Moreover, I think that the most predictable result in that game is draw, because it looks like the both participants don't want to, create something resultative. They've chosen very calm and solid structure, opening, gioco pianissimo. You listen to the name of opening, right? So I think that game would be the shortest in the third round, and that's my guess. But we'll see. As for the third board, let's look at that. So right here, Lushan Lei plays with Grebnev Alexei. And that was another Russian game. Russian game was in the first round, 2 Russian games, in the second round, and in the third round too. Some kind of patriotic things. Russian game, that's symmetrical variation with knight f6 in the second move. So the point is takes d6, d6, goes away, takes here. Right now, it looks like this opening has a, second wave of popularity, because previously it was rarely a thing to choose for grandmasters too. But right now, very often we see that. Okay, d4, d4. Maybe I'm not correct, but I remember something about that, and I think that so-called Steinitz opening, Steinitz variation, something connected with Steinitz, Wilhelm Steinitz, the first champion of the world. So d4 in my mind had to do with him, but I can make a mistake, so I'm not certain about that. Okay, knight takes c4, bishop d3 with a tempo. Knight c6. So the main idea is bishop e4, d5 with a threat, and if you try to keep your minor pieces alive, you will have a e4, right? With a double attack at your bishop and at your knight. I'll show you. That's not a winning over minor piece, because of d5 you have the only one move and e4. So right now the number of material is equal and everything is okay for black. So that's not a sacrifice, that's just an opening variation. Knight takes e5, trade here, knight c5, attacking a bishop and trying to have a double bishop advantage. Bishop goes away from the trade. Basically in open position, in position with open center, bishops is a little stronger than knights, because long diagonals, open lines, teamwork, that's a feature of bishop. And closed position, lots of borders, that's a feature of knights. So that's why bishop c4, Lucian Ley spent one more tempo to keep his bishop alive. d6, queen f3 with a threat of scholarship mate on f7. I like that. Knight e6, interfering that idea, takes, and continuing the development of minor pieces. Looking at the last 2 moves of white, bishop e3 and knight d2, I wanna ask myself, maybe Lucian Ley wanna create a long castle here, because he has a right to make a short castle in every move. But it looks like he preparing a long castle, by the way. I don't know, but it looks like interesting, This queen looks at the b7, that means that bishop c8 cannot go away from protecting, at least right now. That means that black has a great chances to create a short castle. And just imagine that step variation. Short castle, long castle, playing with opposite side castles, all these pawn breakthroughs. I like that. Oh, something happened. Knight d4, takes. In my mind, white has an extra pawn, no? It was a very, very simple tactic connected with deflection of piece who pinned in the center. I don't like that my board in my computer is different with board that you can see right now. So that's a great pause between my computer and your computer. If that will repeat, I'll ask support to solve that problem, because that's not okay. But right now, okay. But I remember about that. So the point is this knight goes with a fork, and the only possible reaction is queen takes f7. What's the problem? Problem. I don't like that. So I'll text about that. Sorry, I'm, going away from the camera and use my phone to tell about that. So, 1 second. Sometimes we need to solve problems in the same time that we look at them, Okay, I'll control that. So, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, bishop takes d4, check, and bishop returned. And right now, black has a double bishop advantage, but you cannot see that. I'm angry. I'm angry person right now. So please, somebody. You can believe me, of course. You can imagine that in your mind, but that's not exactly what we want to. Different pictures here and there. For example, I make a move and nothing here. I don't like that. So, yes. Our computers sometimes tell us that they gonna, have this world, like Terminator and all this stuff. In any case, that position right now at the board, at the third board, and as I said before, black has a double bishop advantage, white has an extra pawn. And it looks like it's better for white, no? Because extra pawn is completely healthy. This f2 pawn, I think, potentially can be promoted. Okay. Vahidov Shamsuddin against Akaban Aram. I told you before then that game potentially can be drawish because the both participants have chosen an Italian game, Gioco Pianissimo, and I was certain that it's really work as I said. But something strange happened in that game. Technically, you see that dark color bishop from b6 goes away on f2, and it was kind of sacrifice or something like that. Let's analyze that, how it happened. So, pose, like theater pose, dramatic pose. Feel the atmosphere of micromimics and gestures. Look at that incredible decision for the black. I'll show you that one more time with the chess board when everything well fixed. But so, Aram Akabian sacrificed his dark-colored bishop on f2. And right now, the idea that after a6, Shamsuddin cannot save his minor piece from a4, from c4, because the double attack by b5 pawn is threatened for him. And after the double attack, or winning just a knight in the edge of the board. So in any case, the number of material will be unequal. So that idea was, I think, new. That was a surprise for Shamsuddin, I think so. And he's calculating variations right now. Played. King g1. going away from f2, because king on f2, you know, it's hard for nervous system. You feel unconfident when you see your king on f2. So let's look at this position in board in Lichess. So I'll try to show you how it works in real game. So we saw that previously knight on a4 was attacked that bishop and tried to trade him. But technically something goes wrong, because as you see, that bishop sacrificed on f2 with a check with what happened? So step by step. Firstly, that bishop returned to b6, you know, and everything was calm and predictable. a3, creating a loop for the bishop potentially, avoiding the same idea from the black side. That's easy to understand, that's okay. Short castle, and h6, h3, we saw that loops before. Okay, understandable. Rook e8, rook e1, knight d4, bishop d4, c3. And that structure looks like black should return to b6, and after the trade, you know, white has a two-double bishop's advantage. But technically, it was a tactic. Aram Akabian spent some time. No, he didn't. He didn't spend some time. It was an opening preparation or something like that, because he has 1 hour and 1 minute. After the bishop takes f2, he has 1 hour and 2 minutes. That means that his benefit of 30 seconds, you know, was more than the time for thinking. So bishop takes f2, king takes f2, they only move to respond, and a6. It was a temporary sacrifice of minor pieces, because right here, after a6, that's impossible for white to save their minor pieces. Because this knight on a4 hasn't squares to go back, and this double attack on b5 is a really clear threat for the white. So Shamsuddin decided to play king g1 here, and after b5 he saved his bishop by bishop b3. So I think his position is completely okay right now, because white has a 2 bishops advantage. After takes, or maybe not right here, but after some preparations, the trade on a4 would be so white. But by the way, it can be something like bishop d7, you know? Bishop d7 trying to trade that bishop on a4 potentially. I think that's the best move for the black. We'll check that with engine. So right now, everything is okay for them. So I think bishop d7 is working. But I want to check. I think advantage in white's turn, something like 0.5. No, in opposite, minus 0.3. Bishop d7, that's a top engine move, I was right about that. But as for the next variations, let's look at that. Takes, 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 and black feel comfortable. At least as computer says. Situation close to the equality, but d5, this rook is ready, this king is opened. I'm not sure what the detail that gives black an advantage, but computer says that properly. Okay, the fourth game. We didn't see the fourth game, but right now, Ilya Lishonak in your screens. He is thinking in the game against Nestorov Arseny. So, what's happening here? Let's have a look. Arseny plays white, Ilya plays black, and it was d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, avoiding Nimzovich defense. After knight c3, bishop b4, maybe that's not the point, that's just my guess. So d5, knight c3 and h6. Solid pawn structure, you know, we have a Slavic triangle here, or at least option of Slavic triangle. We have a circle, square and triangle. Small lesson of geometry. So that pawn structure, so-called Slavic triangle, is a very solid idea for the black. The main problem here is, you know, minor pieces which blocked by their own pawns. So that's shy and hard to go to attack. But technically, I played that for years, and I like that for black, because, you know, you have a lot of strategical positions here, and if you're a chess player with a strategic style, that's an opening for you. In any case, in this game was played c takes d5, e takes d5, trade in the center, exchange variation. Right now, the last problem of black, connected with bishop on the lights colored, connected with this bishop, so disappeared. That variation in the opening, usually drawish variation. But in my mind, a lot of variation is drawish, but technically in the real game, we have a lot of resultative game. By the way, in that tournament, with Super Grandmasters, with huge prizes and all this stuff, we have 50% of resultative games after first 2 rounds. And that's incredible, really. Because in previous year, for example, it was a lot of draws. Like in every round, it was something like 5 draws or 4 draws, 1 resultative game or something like that. In this year, everything is the opposite. You know, every participant wants to win, and fighting are real, are fair. So 50% of resultative game, I said it one more time, in Grandmaster tournament. It looks like nonsense, but that's our reality. And it's really interesting to look at, because, you know, there you can see the same. In my mind, at least, Grandmaster connected with the draws. Draws and Grandmasters, all this stuff. But right here, no. So I would not say something about drawish variation and all this stuff, because, you know, Gioco Pianissimo, Italian game in the second board. And you see, bishop takes f2, all this stuff. We've seen that in previous time. So bishop f4, development, trade. Oh, bishop e5. Interesting idea. The thing is that after the trade here, white pawn goes to e5 and creating a problem for that knight, potentially for the d5 pawn, which was protected by the knight. So this capture is prohibited. Okay, c6, e3, short castle, and bishop d3. And right now, Ilya made a move, but I didn't see which exactly move he did. But I saw that move was happened. So something, no, nobody on d7. What it was? Rook e8. I realized it was rook e8. Yeah, in the game. So white's turn, right? What can be here? Short castle, I think. Or maybe something, no. You know, right now, knight d7 is prohibited because of hanging bishop, of course. So black should try something like bishop, queen c7, but queen c7 for rook c1 and knight b5. I'm not sure about that kind of development. Maybe queen e7 and knight d7. But as for me, I want to ask, is the possible idea to play bishop c2 and queen d3? Huh? Because usually kind of knight is protecting h7 square. But right now, no, it's not working. For example, bishop c2, queen e7, queen d3, and something like knight d7. So knight is protecting everything on time, and we cannot find something with killing this knight, because another knight goes to his place and protects everything. Okay, so that isn't working. That means that situation is look like equal. I'll check that. So what our engine says about that? h3. h3. For example, queen e7, why not? Short castle. For example, knight d7. So what's next? Takes, and where's an advantage? Queen c2, queen e7. By the way, I'm not sure that I understand why that situation gives a half of a pawn in white's favor. Because as for me, that's typical thing for, you know, closed openings, d4, c4 and all this stuff. So it looks like something usual. No? Queen e7 to create a supported piece in the center by knight e4, potentially f5 or another knight f6. So that's a very typical idea, you know, in variation of Lasker, that we can see that in other things. So looks like okay. Looks like completely okay. I don't know what's the problem. But technically, you know, half of a pawn, it's not a problem. It's a fact. Like, moment of the life. Okay, I'm closing my engine and I'm moving on because we didn't see the fifth board where Raunak Sathwani is playing with Ivan Zemlyansky. So let's look at that and trying to analyze. What's happening here, guys? It's a question. Ivan Zemlyansky has 2 points out of 2. So, as Shamsuddin Wahidov, 2 leaders of tournament after 2 rounds are Wahidov Shamsuddin and Ivan Zemlyansky. So, that's interesting to look at their games, or what they want to do. By the way, it's interesting to look at all games, because the tournament, as I said before, is very resultative. So, it was a Sicilian defense in the 5th board. So e4, c5, d4, classical thing, bishop d3. You know, that's a trap for very, very beginners in the chess. But if you have a question why you cannot go ahead and attack this knight, I'll answer you about that. Queen a5 with a double attack. So that's why we need to protect this pawn. Technically, the most popular idea here is knight c3, but sometimes people trying to avoid this pin and playing bishop d3. A threat, trade, another bishop goes to the center, c3, interesting decision. Queen a4 with a pin and protecting the central pawn. By the way, I like that square for the queen, because that's a multiple idea thing. Pinned here, protecting here, and nobody can threat this queen, so looks like very comfortable. Queen b6. Uh-huh. One more time, we have a bugs with screen. I hate this, by the way, but who asked me, right? Black square. Picture of Malevich. Okay. Fortunately, sometimes we have the board and the screen, and it's time to discuss it very quickly, you know. Why you see, why, not why. Until everything disappears. As for the situation, look at that. So the last move of Ivan Zemlyansky was queen b6 attacking b2 pawn. So right now, for example, me, if I played that game, I would think about protecting b3 pawn. I'm thinking about, I don't know, rook b1 or queen somewhere a3 or b3, I don't know. Somehow, you know, protecting that hanging pawn. But technically, in the game, Raunak Sathwani, who plays white, he decided that he has more important tasks right here and played bishop d6 after 10 minutes of thinking. So bishop on d6, preventing short castle. And what the point? For example, after queen b2, I don't know, I'm trying to realize, that's my blunder. That's completely my blunder, not yours. Of course, taking here. So I haven't answered my question. Sorry for that blunder. Here, bishop goes on f8, trying to create some path for the king to the king side, right? Bishop e5, avoiding a trades and creating a new threat in the long diagonal. So that's a pin. And bishop e7, preparing for the short castle. Because as for this king, he feels uncomfortable in 100%. In the center of the board, under the pin in this diagonal, so it sounds unsafe. Takes, and short castle. The e-file is opened right now, so the last chance for black to create a short castle before solving all problems with this hanging pawn on b2, knight d7, and bishop returns to f4. Okay, so we've got this position in the fifth board right now, and Ivan is thinking. You know, it's ununderstandable for me why Ivan didn't spend his time to count variations before, because from the first side it looks like black has a lot of position that they could have problems, and as for me, you know, if I play this game, I would spend lot of money in that moves somewhere here with bishop f8, bishop e7, maybe no, short castle in the only move, but earlier we need to check that with engine, because of course it may be that every move was only one and everything is under control for the black, But I am not confident about that, so I wanna check. Let's go here. For example, after queen a4, in my mind it looks like white's advantage. Maybe half of a pawn, maybe more. What computer would say about that? No, that's equality. No, that's equality, and I was wrong about my evaluation. Okay, so queen b6 is the strongest move. Okay, bishop f8, bishop e7, takes here. You know, the whole evaluation in the range between 0.0 and plus 0.3. So like everything was prepared by one. I'm not sure, but it looks like that. b4, knight d7 and knight f4. You know, hard to believe, but everything in the very small range with a very equal evaluation. It looks like preparation of Ivan was brilliant, like he knew all the stuff that I showed you with maneuvers of bishop to f8 and e7, with pawn structures, with short castle. Right now we have 16 moves in this game. The evaluation is 0.0 and e1. And right now that's the first time in the game when Ivan starts to think, you know, because previously he did his moves very quickly. But the position wasn't easy, in my mind. So my guess that he knew that. Okay, let's make a new circle to analyze everything here. As for the first board of the tournament, Denis Lazovic against Benjamin Gladura. It was a Caro-Kann defense. We discussed that variation, but Finnick variation, with wasting a tempo, but keeping this bishop alive, you know, a6. And right now, Benjamin decided to play knight h6, with an idea of knight f5, of course. And as I told you before, in Caro-Kann defense, in French defense, the main square for the both sides is d4 square. If black can attack that and win that, they have an advantage. If white managed to keep that, you know, solid and protected, so white has a chances to attack an advantage. So that's why everybody is trying to concentrate their resources across this. Not across, I forget this word. So they concentrate their resources to attack or protect this point. Okay, d takes c5, white decided to throw it out, you know, no pawn, no problems, that works, and bishop f4, protecting the pawn. I'm not sure that I know the problem after taking, but I think the main point in the capture, because right now the situation is opened and yeah, no, really, I'm not sure about my calculations here, so let's check it out. So what would be after knight takes e5? Just take it back without problems. No, everything is okay, the situation is equal. That decision is possible, so knight f5 or knight e5, that variations potentially may exist in this world. Okay, knight f5, protecting the pawn in the center, knight f3, bishop takes c5. You know, this situation is okay for everybody, but as for me, I would prefer the black side right now because, you know, they solved their opening problems completely. They won the d4 square for themselves. Their pieces are ready to develop, maybe even b5 with queen b6 and bishop b7. I'm not sure, but it looks like black hasn't problem after the opening in 100%. So bishop d3, attacking a knight. But technically that's not a threat. Because, you know, in that pawn structure, white has a lot of pawns into the dark squares. e5, c3, b2, so that's why usually this light-colored bishop on d3 is harmonic piece, and you should keep him alive to provide your harmony in your camp. And if you'll trade him, you'll have a lot of these harmonic things like pawns and the bishop and the knight, and everybody control only dark squares, but nobody control the, you know, light squares. e4 point, for example, c4 point. And usually people who plays against the Caro-Kann defense or French defense trying to keep that bishop safe. Okay, let's return to the game. It was short castle. It was h6 from the black side. So right now we have that situation, and as I said before, I would prefer black's turn. So let's open an engine and check that. But technically, I'm sure about my taste. As you see, my taste was wrong one more time. Thank you. The evaluation is plus 0.3. The top engine move is knight d2 with an idea, if I remember it correct. No, I'm not remember, I'm just trying to realize how it works. So after knight d2, it would be knight b3 and maybe knight d4 with protecting this point finally. Maybe that works like that. So the main recommendation for the black in that position from computer is playing f6. But technically that's a ruining of pawn structure, because e6 pawn keep on the semi-opened file for the rook, for the queen. I'm not sure about that. So okay, the equal position. We look at the continuation of that situation, but right now, let's move on. Let's have a look at the second board. We are here. The second board, that's a game between Wahidov Shamsuddin and Aram Akabian, and I've told you like that's a very shortest draw. No? It was a sacrifice on f2. This particular game, I just wanted to repeat it one more time. Temporary sacrifice here and attempt to take a minor pieces back. Yeah, bishop d7 was played in the game as I wanted. Okay, c4, takes. And right now we have a middle game with a very boring symmetrical pawn structure. I'm not sure about chances to win, but technically that's okay. Black has small chances playing on b file, you know, attacking this pawn on b2. White has small chances to playing on the king side, using f file. That's typical thing that you try to play in the side where you have more room and more resources. But it looks like everything is under control for both players right here. Let's check it with engine. Minus 0.2. So, yes, that's an equality. Okay, let's make a short break, 10 minutes or something like that. I'll rest, and maybe we are fixing all that technical things. So, let's return after the 10 minutes. Hello again. During the break, I have a present with a symbol of the tournament, so I don't know what's here, but I wanna open that with you. So that's a box with the name of tournament, 23rd Karpov International Chess Tournament. Okay, and that's haba. What's here? Let's look at that. So that's a pine tree here. so-called bunch or something like that. Smells perfect. Berries. Hantimansisk, the area of, trees, berries. So, nuts. I like that. Another nuts. I like that. Especially in winter, but technically the whole year. That's a musical instrument, like you do that. I hope I'm close to microphone. I hope you listen to this. Yep. And I don't know what it is. Let's open that too somehow. I need to do that. What's here? What's here? In this bag, inside this bag. That's oh my god. Like a puzzle, but from, That's a Hantimansisk toys for children, but not in modern time, but some centuries ago. I remember that stuff. It was an excursion in, previous, old Yugra, and it was this thing, open it or close it, like toys for children in Stone Age. I'm not sure about historical era, but I realized what it is. I have a QR code here, so I'll figure it out. And the last thing, that's a golden bag. I think that's a tea, a herbal tea with berries, natural thing. So, look at that present. And the box is beautiful. So, I want to put it back to transport till my, hotel. And I'll try everything of that. Do you feel the authentic atmosphere with that presents, I really adore that Hantimansisk, proud of the history, of the authentical beauty of trees, berries, nature, this stuff. Maybe you've seen the dance, for example, in the opening ceremony on the tournament. So it was really beautiful and authentical. So they do not try to be like everybody else. They hard to explain. Authentical. And that's very important as for me. Being yourself. Okay. I closed everything inside the box, but the lid isn't closed because, very, very much. Many presents, yes. And right now it's time to return to the chess content. We can discuss everything that was happened in the boards. So, from presents to chess, right? Okay, I'll put this box inside another bag. But do you see the style? Really? Inside of heart. Okay. Thank you very much for the present. And I'm ready to continue. Okay. What's happening at the boards? We can start from the third one, because right now you can see it in the camera from the tournament hall. Lucian Ley plays with Grebnev Alexei. So, white has an extra pawn, but black has a double bishop advantage. And we discussed that before. That's like two things that compensates each other, and, I'm not sure that white has an advantage here. Of course, extra pawn is extra pawn in f2 and everything, okay, but these bishops are really crazy. And knight on b1 isn't so happy right now. As for advantage in the room, in the space, so right now, pawns on the queen side, go straight to open new files, all this stuff. So my guess, it's advantage in the black's turn. Of course, I want to check it with the engine and all. Of course, I want to check it. So now, equality. The evaluation is plus 0.2 right now. But technically, as for me, even according to the fact that I'm a very materialistic person, I would prefer to play in black's turn right now. You know, that's a very beautiful team, bishop and the rook, because they are long-distance pieces and they can help each other easily. So right now I like that potentially idea before. I like that bishops. I like that pin on e-file. It looks like really impossible for white, you know, to create a promoted pawn on e-file. At least right now, maybe something like g5 or... What plans a computer recommend? Knight d2, h4, rook d1 in some, bishop f4. Okay, maybe the evaluation in dynamics is different with this evaluation in statics, because right now, in this particular position, looks like black is dominating in the center, they block the pawn and all this stuff. But as for potentially dynamic resources, this bishop would be attacked by the knight. What else? This diagonal would be in white's hands after f3 or something like that, and the pair of rook potentially might be traded, so maybe I wasn't right about the evaluation. Okay. That's a good lesson, for example, if you're amateurs, that sometimes our feelings can be connected with the position in statics. For example, right now that's a room in the queen side, right now that's a bishop which blocked the pawn and all the stuff. But as for more objective evaluation, we need to use, you know, dynamic thoughts. What would be after 5 moves? What features are temporary? What features are permanently? So that's a big difference, right? This bishop on f3 is exactly permanent piece, because he would attacked by the knight. Okay. G5. G5 was my guess, yes. I tried to think about that because I wanna protect this bishop on f3. But the point is, after knight d2, for example, you cannot play g4, of course. Hanging pawn, trade is very bad for the black, so you need to go away. And this g-pawn is temporary thing too. Why I told you that this bishop is permanent? He's temporary. I mean, you know, long word. Sometimes I'm confused with meaning of the words and speak something strange. Forget it. Like in Men in Black, forget. Okay. Go to the next board. Let's have a look at the fourth one. What's happening between Nestor Varseny and Ilyushenko Ilya? That's the board with an opening. So right now that's a less number of moves here. Only 13 moves was made in the spare. So Ilya has 22 minutes. Dangerous situation. I know that that's his style, but you know, when your opponents are strong enough, sometimes you need to have more time closer to the end game, because who knows where you need to calculate something incredible. So he has 22 minutes right now, and I'm not sure about that, because situation not really typical, of course not, but it looks like opening things. So after that would be middle game things and potentially end game things. So that's not the decisive moment in the game, at least from the first sight. Okay. So what's the main problem for the black right now? The pawn is hanging. Yes. The another pawn is hanging too. So potentially we need to calculate something like knight takes d7, d takes c5, somebody takes d5, right? Attacking that isolated pawn, I don't know. But maybe I would solve this problem somehow like c4. You know why? Because this d5 pawn is a weakness. So I need to block d-file to avoiding all these troubles by heavy pieces of white. So usually c4 does the best, not the best, the bad, pronunciation counts everything. Usually c4 is not is not an okay move because d5 pawn started to be under attack. For example, with fianchetto bishop and all this stuff. But right now, I think this bishop cannot attack d5 pawn. So my guess is c4. Let's ask the engine. c4 is possible? No, absolutely no. That's a blunder. After c4, the evaluation grows up like plus 1.5. That's too much. After f4, white controls the whole center. And that's potentially a big mistake. Very big mistake. So no, that's not an advice. The better thing is taking on d4. For example, queen takes d4, knight c6 with a double attack, the only move to keep a piece alive, and after b takes c6, that's so-called hanging pawns in the center. That's not a weakness, that's just a feature of pawn structure. When these pawns, control the center, that's a pros. As for cons, white pieces can attack them. So, technically, okay for the both sides, and the evaluation is equal here. So, c takes d4, solving all these problems, why not? Why not? As for previous move, computer recommends to white plays knight takes d7 and bishop e2, finishing that maneuver to attack d5 weakness. In any case, from any side, but aiming at the potentially isolated pawn, or even if this pawn isn't isolated, you wanna attack light-colored squares. The point is, you need to be careful with your bishops. For example, if your opponent has a dark-colored bishop and you lost your dark-colored bishop, your dark squares would be in danger because every bishop needs his opponent bishop to fight. When we take this white-colored bishop, so all the squares become in danger. Bishop c2 is totally okay, but as for computer, he wanna attack this pawn. That's his general idea, and I can understand him easily. Okay. After 1 hour and 15 minutes, the both pairs continue to play, unlike the first and the second round. That's what I wanted to say. So everybody is ready to fight. Tun 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 tun. Okay, the fifth board. If we go in it straight, my engine wasn't close, so I see the evaluation plus 0.1. So that's equality. Game between Raunak Sathwani and Zemlyansky e1. So they are playing here, and the last move of white was attacking a bishop on e7. Sounds logical. Of course, this pawn can trade, but after that, the both sides would have an isolated pawn on c3 and on d5. So that's not very good for the white, because the c3 pawn is weaker than d5. So that's why this pawn structure is stable enough, and the number of material is equal, and everything is under control. Let's go to the first board, to be with Russian language commentator, to see the same people that we discussed. So, first board, on your Lichess board, on the camera from tournament hall, Lazavik Denis plays white, Benjamin Gledura plays black. What's happening here? It was a Caro-Kann defense, it was a trade on c5, just losing d4 pawn to... Okay, let's go from the other side. When you have a d4 pawn from the white in these openings, you have benefits and you have problems. The benefits is solid pawn structure in the center and controlling the space in the center. As for problems, your opponent wants to take it with every move, with every maneuver, knight from c6, knight from f5, pawn from c5, bishop from somewhere, queen from b6 usually, pawn from f6 to go from this side. So you need to protect, 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 protect. And some people love that, some people hate that. You need to choose a variation for yourself. And right now, Denis Lazavik decided to trade on c5, and right now he trying to put his knight on blockade square. Aaron Nimzovich, in his book of the Basic of Strategy, told that the perfect squares for the knight is the squares beside the opponent's pawn, because nobody can attack you here, and your knight has a lot of job, he has multiple tasks in every side. So that's the situation when white's knight is ready to place on d4 and staying that comfortable. So I think that's why the situation is equal. e5 pawn is protected enough times. I'll ask the engine right now, but my guess is equality. 0.0. Yep, it was precise thing. So Denis sat in the table, took a water, and you need to get used to views when you play chess into a professional level. Because I know people who was shy about that, who felt like I'm uncomfortable, everybody looked at me. But technically, everybody is usual, and that's totally okay. We can do whatever we want. So why I came for this topic, I don't know. Sometimes my brain came to philosophy things or just reality things, except of chess, and I'll ask myself, how, Dasha, how again? But technically that's another part of the character, so why not? Okay, let's go to the second board. What's happening here? Shamsuddin Vahidov plays white, Aram Akabian plays black, and we have this Gioco Pianissimo thing that came to the really interesting middle game. Because, that's a middle game with opposite side plans. As I've told before, usually we are trying to play in the side where we have more space or more pieces. By the way, these things are connected with each other, because if you have more space in some place of the board, your pieces usually will concentrate in this area. So semi-opened file for the black in B file, that's more comfortable to them play here, and semi-opened file for black double rook, for white double rook, sorry, that's in the F file. And more comfortable for them to play in here. H4, okay, white is trying to create something in the king side. But the point is, the situation is closed. You know, lot of pawns in the center, and nobody can open new files in the center. And in this type of positions, really, knights are stronger than bishops, because knight likes borders. If you have a knight, you can jump into an adventure, yeah, correct, creating a double attack and, you know, ignoring all these pawn structures, because you have a chance to go whatever you want to. For example, some moves ago, this knight stayed on f6, but that's a knight. Potentially, he can do whatever he wants. And it was a maneuver, knight h7, knight f8, potentially knight e6 and knight f4. Or somewhere else, d4, I don't know. That's Aram's choice. He can do whatever he wants. As for the bishop, dark color bishop, okay, for example, he wants to find a job for him, and where? His best job is, you know, protecting b2 pawn from the rook. That's all, because he hasn't comfortable diagonals, he hasn't comfortable squares. The situation is closed. And that's this sides. Computer, by the way, say that the evaluation is going to black's advantage deeply and deeply. So previously it was half of a pawn, but after h4 it became minus 0.7, more and more. So what the computers offer about next game? It was something like knight g6, attacking a pawn, maybe knight f5, returning, or what he wants to, on g5 or what? Honestly speaking, I do not understand it clearly. I realized why computer says that black has an advantage, and I told you about power of knights in the closed positions. But as for this particular case, we'll look at the next moves. We'll look at that. Okay, the fifth board. What's happening here? Raunak Sathwani against Ivan Zemlyansky. As you see the thing right here from the board, white has an advantage. Big advantage. 1.5. So I clearly remember then 2 moves ago or something like that, this advantage didn't exist. So what's happened? Let's return. Right here, that's completely equal situation, plus 0.1. And we discussed that before. I've told you about pawn structure. I've told you that it's not a good idea for white to take on c5 because the isolated pawn on c3 would be weaker than d5. So we discussed that, okay, rook a, e1 attacking a bishop, bishop f6. The engine screaming that engine f6, that's a big mistake, because bishop should place on d6 with a threat of trade. For example, takes, and everything is okay. Okay, but what the difference with game variation? Bishop f6, for example. The point is c6, c5 pawn, or what? It looks like bishop stopped to protect this pawn from the attack, and right now we are playing bishop b5 to kill the knight, and g5? What g5? Okay. Let's make an experiment and try the first move that I see. For example, I wanna play rook d8, just protecting the knight. Rook c6. Bishop c6, sorry. That was the idea of white in that situation. So rook from the corner cannot go away and save itself somehow, because rook hasn't a squares to escape. Okay, I lost that idea completely. Maybe e1 lost it too. So after bishop b5, that's two ideas in the same time. Taking a knight and playing on c6 with attacking a rook in the corner. So knight b8, trying to protect the square. But as for evaluation, that's really painful for the black. What computer recommends to play next? B takes c5 with a tempo, queen takes c5, c4, opening a lines here. For example, if black takes, knight goes to e4 with a double attack, queen d4 for example, bishop d6, that rook has only one move to escape, and for example takes bishop e7. So black hasn't enough space to keep all pieces alive, and that's the point. Let's go back. So right here, the main task for the white is opening a line and find something to develop his knight, right? In that case, after c4 and some trades, knight start to take part on the attack, and that would be attack by all pieces, you know, all pieces against one queen and bishop who tried to survive. No, they hasn't an option. Okay. We'll look at the continuation. As for now, let's go to the second board. I want to try to, look at the board, which you see in the camera from tournament hall, because that's enjoying, to see in the process of real time, the position, the players, the whole situation. So, Vahidov Shamsidin decided to make a luft for his king, and he played h4, after that g3, and that's a place for king, right? Or just protecting f4 pawn and protecting here. King g2, king g1. They agree to make a draw, right? It was one-time repetition here. Shamsidin is completely agree to make a free-time repetition. So it was a situation. Situation makes first time into the 28th move. King g2, king g1 the second time, king g2. And it's time to Aram when he needs to decide. Does he want to make a draw or not? As for computer doesn't recommend. Computer is sure that the evaluation in black's turn, the number is minus 0.6. But as for the landscape from the game, rook b3, king g1, and the last question. After rook b7, Shamsidin has a right to fix the draw. Aram showed the arbiter that his next move, rook b7, would force the draw. So arbiter went to his table, to check that. Because yes, they agreed right to make a draw before 40's move. So So, the first game was finished, and the participants changing their papers to sign it. So after 1 hour and a half, 4 games out of 5 left. The first result here, and 1 draw in the collection of draws. Before that round, the proportion of resultative games and draws was 50-50, and right now, 6 from 11 draws and 5 from 11 resultative games. Okay, I'm not a mathematician, I'm just a girl. So let's move on. The next board, right? What's happening here? The third board, that's a fight. When I speaking fight, I imagine, box, but whatever. So in the third board, when Lucian Lei plays with Grebnev Alexei, that's a situation of an extra pawn against the advantage of 2 bishops. That's an equality. As we see in previous times, nothing changed, but technically you can remember the pattern. The power of a team of 2 bishops is comparing with the power of extra pawn. So that's the same things. Big advantage, big, huge advantage. And every time when you wanna trade your bishop on opponent's king, be careful, because you know that bishops are very, very, very important. Okay, good. Honestly speaking, I think that this situation right now is really boring, so we can switch it off and go to the next. The fourth one. Game between Nesterov Arseny and Ilishonok Ilya. Ilya has 5 minutes right now. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. It scared me, but not scared him. Rook b8, attacking a hanging pawn on b2. But computer recommends to ignore that idea and playing rook c1. I wanna ask, what would be after the taking? For example, rook takes b2. Knight takes d5. Oh my god, discovered, attack. So we are ready to put this with a check, and rook should go away. And that's why that trade is completely okay for the white. Because white take a central pawn, black took a flank pawn, and that's non-fair trade. So right now, that's not a big idea for the black, except of threat to the bishop. That's why engine recommends to protect this bishop from the attack. Okay, I can believe that. No problem, but no, a7 isn't hanging because of that idea. So what it was, something doesn't connect it with rook c1. What kind of move Arseny chosen? b3, just created a pawn chain, the easiest way to avoid calculations, lot of calculations, just protect it. And a5, pawn go away from a threat, and maybe that's all. Rook b4 is not a really idea, but potentially can be. Okay, sounds logical. Why not? Board. Magic, board. Maybe being a chess player was not optimal variation in my life. Maybe I'm a magician inside. Maybe not. And as for the fifth board, it was a huge advantage of Raunak Sathwani against of Ivan Zemlyansky. Is something changed or not? Let's look at that. You don't see but as for me, I see how it works. Okay, we are waiting. So, sometimes waiting is more important than solving, because when you're waiting, you accept your feelings, as my psychotherapist said. And, not accept my feelings in the situation on the whole, in general, whatever. I'll tell that again. Maybe I wanna upload something. Upload, download. No, in my computer everything is correct. But in that computer... 1 minute. So, our problems are continuing. Different boards. I'll tell you with my confidence that it's hard, to show you something without a board. But I'll try. No, by the way, I'm confused. Let's say it strictly and honestly. Oh, 1 minute, but it was in the board. Perfect. Start to work. Thank you. Okay. Let's come to the terms of the situation. C4 was played in the game, so right now it was a top engine move, as we discussed, and really the situation of white is winning right here. That's a lot of threats. After the taking, it was a forcing variation, as we discussed, knight e4 with double attack and potentially bishop d6, taking here, creating a double attack. Okay, I'll show you one more time what's happening. Fun fact, right now you have a picture with the pixels, like in old times, pixels. Do you remember all this Nintendo, Mario, Tetris games with pixels? And it's time, to... in this case, it's bishop d6 right now. In this case, it may be bishop d6, knight f6. And, with an extra material. So, a lot of variations that gives an extra material for the white. Maybe right now black have something else? I don't know. I'll ask myself about a6 idea. But generally speaking, I think that's not a threat. Pixels. Right now that's synchronizing, but that's pixels. But okay, that's working at least, so okay. As for the third board, when you see right now at your screen, that's a game between Liu Shanlei, Chinese Grandmaster, and Grebnev Alexei. So that's a game between. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. So bishop, knight, and a pawn in Liu Shanlei's camp, and 2 bishops in Grebnev Alexei's camp. So different material, but that proportion compensate each other, so the situation is equal. Okay. Right now, Liu Shanlei is thinking. He had a very tough day yesterday because the first game was completely winning, but he lost his bishop in one move and lost his game from Ivan Zemlyansky. So the second game was finished with a draw. And right now he has only 0.5 points out of 2. So that's really hard to, go into the top of the tournament table. But by the way, that's a super Grandmasters tournament. That means that every participant is really strong. So that's why a big part of luck influence on the final results. Yep. So you should be ready for different plot twists in that event. Okay. Top Grandmasters should have a very strong and solid nervous system, and they should be ready for absolutely different results. Okay, we should be ready for different results too, so that's why let's come to terms with, Pixel's board sometimes. That's better than, lack of a board. Exactly. So Pixels means Pixel, that's a style. Why not? Do you play Mario, Nintendo, Tetris? So feel yourself, feel like, all the games. Okay. King goes to h5. The idea of king is helping his army with attacking basic pawns on h2 or f. I think that path for the king. g4, h3, h2. Why not? King should stay on the initial rank when we're talking about middle game and the opening. But as for now, in the end game, king had the right to go ahead. In the opening and in the middle game, he should stay in the safe place. So right now, I think that's a very good plan for the black. And as for typical border, for that case is h3, for example, I think right now it's not working. Because black has 2 bishops and one of the bishop can attack this pawn. So after that, one pawn... No, really here because of hanging this, but potentially. So Alexei has an initiative here, and that's why Lucian Lei right now has only 8 minutes, so that's potentially a danger. Let's check a situation with an engine, to make it clearly. But as for me, right now, black has an initiative, like half of a pawn, maybe more. No, everything is equal. Everything is equal, but why? For example, knight d5. Okay, of course I cannot go ahead because of double attack, that's easy, but... I cannot take here because rook on d5 is really scared for the pawns. What can I do? Rook d8, but after the check, for example, king should go away and nobody... And, he wants to go here, but he should go here. That's the difference. As for the first board, which you see right now at your screen, Denis Lazovic against Benjamin Gledura. So, finally, this knight stays on d4. Because d4 square is the most important in the Carcan defense, in the French defense, and when this knight stays beside the opponent's pawn, this place is very solid and strong. So I think that right now white has a pleasant situation. That's easy for them to create something into the king side because they dominate in the center. And that's why computer recommend for black to play f6. kind of breakthrough, kind of an attempt to ruin so strong pawn center of white. So sounds logical. f6, going ahead and, ruin everything that you can ruin. By the way, in French defense, it's really often thing. As for Caro-Kann defense, not really often, but the pawn structure is similar, so why not? Okay. As for fourth board, Nestor Varseny and Ilya Ilyushonak, b3, a5, we saw that queen c5 blocking the pawn and attacking somebody, rook b4 was a kind of threat, so maybe that's a very natural reaction to going away from the threat, and bishop e6. Very, very easy trap of hanging pawn on c6, If queen takes here, it would be a skewer on the c file with taking this knight immediately. So that's why pawn isn't hanging, and right now this plays for queen, I think. No, not for queen, because a5 is hanging. Don't forget about that. So I lost this pawn a lot of times in my mind. So what? So game is continuing. The evaluation is plus half a pawn in white's favor. That was predictable because pawn in a semi-opened file and queen is blocked, everything. But the process of capitalization is not so clear. So the game is continuing. What about? I checked the fifth board. I was interested in the response of Ivan after c4. And right now we can see that it was a bishop e6. Bishop e6, protecting the center. So the situation of black is really very dangerous because white's bishops are crazy. They are attacking everything. They control whole center. This diagonal. Queen is helping. Rook on e file is aiming at the center. And a lot of tactical ideas. Let's find some of them. So, for example, the top engine move right now is bishop h6, attacking a rook. So rook hasn't a big option to react. Let it check. For example, rook c8, rook c1 with an idea of taking here. To be honest, I'm not completely understand these things. Maybe we can find something easier to, to explain myself and yourself. So, as for the knight, knight b3, forcing move, attacking a queen. That's good enough, okay. For example, queen, c8 and knight d4. That idea is really easier than previous one a lot of times. Stop. We sacrificed our knight. Not. That's not easier, by the way. That's an illusion. I just want to put that knight into the center of fighting because I need my last piece to collect the whole army in the same place. Okay, for example, knight d4 needs calculations, requires calculations. What about, I'm not sure, knight a5? No, so bad. Because that leads to a lot of trades that we don't need to. Our knight interfered our queen, and right now this pin has disappeared. That's why a6 opportunity is possible for black right now. So forget about that. It was a very strange offer from me. Let's find something else. For example, okay. No. What I want to do? Good question, and sometimes you need to ask yourself about that. I want to double my rooks. What about rook, not a4, rook e3? Equality. One more time equality. So the situation is not so easy to capitalize, that's the point. Of course, if you have an engine and this engine shows you the number like plus 2.2, you'll think, easily. But generally speaking, players during their games don't have computers. They need to looking for variations using only their brain. And I completely respect them for that. But as for that situation, it can be not so winning as computer says. Just because of difficulty of variation that we need. Knight b3 isn't working, bishop e3 isn't working, so we haven't forcing moves. We need, long variations with I forget everything and I lost all my words. Anyway. Okay, I wanna just put into the space into my keyboard, to look at the first line. Attacking, going away, rook c1, for example, going away, takes, rook b3, c5, So our pawn c5 became a promoted pawn, perfect. c6, just going ahead to the queen, to the back rank, and dominating the board. Okay, knight d4, and that's a long period of attack. So that's not a forcing variation of winning piece or something like that. That's really a long plan. Of course, the situation is nice for us because of pawn on c6. h3, it was a threat for the bishop. That's strange. Okay, whatever. Computer thoughts. But the idea with rook c1 and potentially c5, I like that. Because in my variations, rook c was required only for trades in the center, and opening a lines for knight or somebody else. But technically, if we attack this queen, we can create a pawn for us. Let's do it from this moment. Why not? For example, knight b3, queen goes away, and c5. I lost half of my advantage. So it was 2 pawns in white's favor. Right now is 1 pawn in white's favor. Less than I expected, by the way. But situation is nice in any case. As for the fourth board, as you see at your screen, Arseny Nesterov against Ilya Lishonak. So Ilya has only 1 minute. 1 minute, terrifying things, but not for him, because he got used to small time of thinking. Yep. Pawn structure. We discussed that so-called hanging pawns, c-file, d-file, Benefits of these pawns is controlling the central squares. Problems of these pawns is being potentially weaknesses. So these moments compensate each other. That's why the situation is almost equal. But we discuss it later, after the break. So right now, 10 minutes to relax and drink a cup of coffee. So, see you. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. That's our third part of the third round of the 23rd Karpov International Chess Tournament. So, I've told you third part because at the third hour, and this tournament was held a situation with fast classic control. That means that every participant has only 1 hour and 30 seconds per every move. So, the third hour is the last one in this moment. And of course you have a question right now. Why our chessboard it looks like a pixels? Our life is life, as was in one popular song. Life is life, and you won't whatever. So just imagine that that's a type of style, like in old times when you was at school maybe, and whatever. So I cannot fix that even with all my magic. So accept this and let's continue. So what's happened into the boards? The first board, game between Denis Lazovic and Benjamin Gladura. Right now, what's right now? Right now, white has an advantage into the space. Looking at the center of the board, this e5 pawn gives me a hope to have something more. And right now, that's a really proper threat to play a rook b4 with problems of these double pawns. So it looks like the only move that black can do right now is a rook c4, but as for the continuation with rook d5, I really don't know how to save that position, because that's bad. Rook c4 was played in the game, but after rook d5, I really do not see how to use that discovered attack. For example, rook c3, rook takes b5. Ta-da! Everybody is died. So that's why the whole situation is so hard for the black, I think. But I wanna check it. So yeah, rook d5 was in the game. I really don't need even my engine, because the situation is completely clear for understanding. After some move of this rook, it would be rook takes b5. So right now, Denis has an extra pawn, and that's all. And the space in the center, and this knight, when you look at that knight on g6, you remember the rules of, prohibition of violence against animals. So that's the point. As for the third board, Lucian Ley against Grebnev Alexei. Lucian Ley created a promoted pawn on h-file. Comparing from the moment when we looked at the position previous time, it's a big progress, because right now, f2 pawn doesn't look like a candidate to be a queen. But after some trades, after some preparation, f4 trades here, h4 trades here, bishop g5, I think that looks like a progress, because really right now that's a candidate to go to the back rank. So why not? Of course, there is a... no. Really, they made a 3 times repetition. Let's check it one more time. So rook e8, this position the first time, this position the second time, and this position the third. First, second, the third. So I think that game was finished with a draw. But technically only chess we see that right now 24 minutes in the clock of Alexei. But I thought it was my illusion. But I think I've seen how Lucian Ley comes to the press conference room. So maybe that was true, and this game was finished, half an hour ago. I wanna check the evaluation. Really? White didn't have a chances to capitalize that pawn? No. Everything is correct. Yeah. Looking at the tournament hall, you can see that 2 tables near the banner are empty. So that means that this game completely was finished. So right now we've got 3 boards. As for the first one, we've seen that white had a great advantage, so the situation in Denis' favor. As for the fourth board, Arseny and Ilya here. So Queen h5 was the last move. So Ilya has 1 minute and 40 seconds. Not so much, but technically right now that's okay, because it's the last hour of the round and, time travels is very typical for that period of time. Okay, d4, going ahead. That's a very important moment, because when you have hanging pawns into the same horizontal, I mean d5, e5 for example, these pawns are harmonic enough and they, solid enough, because they control the squares of the both sides. But right now, after d4, that's a moment of veritas. I forget how it will be. Truth? Not veritas. In vino veritas. Do you hear this phrase? Latin thing? Whatever. I lost all words, all thoughts, and everything, but I'll try to say something from the beginning. So, when you push one of your hanging pawn ahead, after some trades, it would be one isolated pawn. It can be useful if you conquer more space in the center, like that, but of course it's a risky decision. So Arseny wants to take on d4 by pawn, I think. So he previously take on e6, avoiding a hanging knight here. So that's a moment to trades in the center. But it looks like black has a completely okay position. I'll check it with an engine, but my guess is minus 0.5 in white's turn. Oh, in black's turn, sorry, in black's turn. No, in the opposite. One more time, I didn't guess. How to believe in myself, I don't know in that situation, but I'm trying. So that's equality. Equality, but technically I like the room for black in the center. As for the fifth board, Raunak against e1. So, rook against bishop and a pawn. Yep, this game seemed really winning for the white here, and I remember the evolution of engine like plus 3 pawns or something like that. But as for difficulty of variations, I've told you that it's really hard to find in the game, because it's variations like here bishop h6, rook c8, rook c1. It's really impossible to find in the game, especially when the result is when you are responsible for the result very much, when you're feeling, I don't know, something strong emotions like anxiety or being nervous or whatever. You know what you feel during the chess game. It depends on the player, of course. Oh, c6. By the way, this idea with creating a promoted pawn on c-file was in the game. So c6, takes, sacrifice over material, and trade on c8. So right now it's time for capitalizing an extra material like rook against bishop and a pawn. But the moment is, black right now has 2 bishops advantage. So, as we've seen in the previous game between Alexei and Lushan Lei, so 2 bishops advantage means a lot. In that game, 2 bishops advantage was equal a pawn from the opponent. So you cannot, underestimate this meaning and potential. Got that. I want to check the engine. Engine says white has an advantage, 1.5, and everything is correct, because this rook, are strong. And all of you need is making a double rook here. So rook c5 is the recommendation, with a threat of rook c1 and rook b5, of course. So you have a new extra material using rooks. Sounds logical, Sounds very logical, so I have no questions about this offer. By the way, I think in the real game I would play the same. Rook c5. Boom, boom, boom. It was a trade here in the first game when you see from the tournament hall. Rook takes c1 and rook takes c1. What it was? Computer says it was equal, but as for me, like a human, not computer, you know, this d4 pawn looks like a promoted pawn, so you can, or maybe you cannot, who knows, go it straight. Ilya in the game did something else, but I just wanna ask about this option. What if I go ahead? d3. So bad, why bad? d2. I just wanna make a new what? New queen. Rook takes d2. No. Rook takes d2. Check. Interfering. Deflection. Takes. And an extra queen in the end of the variation. That's the point. Oh my god. You need to calculate so much, and it's impossible to do. At least it's hard to do when you have so small time in the clock and so much responsibility for the result. But we are believing in the participants, of course, they're Super Grandmaster, all of them. So. The first board. Denis has an extra pawn, I remember that, and we discussed how he take on d5 previously, but something goes okay for the black, I think, no? So right now, knight f8, rook decided to goes on the second rank, pin goes away and offering a trade, queen c4, it looks like black place is comfortable, and white just going back and back. More solid and more solid. I don't know. What about next opportunities? Let's ask ourselves to figure it out. Takes here, maybe. Just takes here. F takes e4. Sometimes you need to make pause and calculate, otherwise it would be very surf level thoughts. It would be a surf level, a surface, not surf level. Surf level, it's like when you, catch a wave with a surfboard in Bali, but that's different. So surface level, phrase joke. So what I wanted to say about that. Extra pawn is extra pawn. That means something. As for capitalizing this interesting process for white, right now rook d4 is prohibited in all variations, so you need to create something new. As for rook e4, I'm not sure, because f takes e4, and what's next? Maybe just rook e2 and queen e1, attacking that and taking that. Situation is nice, no questions, but how exactly? Fortunately, I have an engine, so let's open it. Rook e3, with an idea of rook d3 or what? Why g6, for example, okay. Queen f1. I'm not sure that I understand something here. Rook e3. No, rook e3 I understood. Like we have a Alokhin's gun in the d file, and right now we are ready to play on d7. Straight ahead in this rank and take something or attacking something or make a battery into the 7th rank. That looks very... Very interesting, at least. Okay. Rook takes e4 was in the game, and queen takes e4. As for the 5th board, Raunak Sathwani against Ivan Zemlyansky, looks like the advantage is growing up. Because, you know, with every trade, the process of capitalization got easier and easier, and that's how it works. Because when you just imagine, when you are fighting, you know, 8 people against 7 people, that's just a crowd against crowd. So you cannot expect the result of this fighting. But when it's 2 people against 1 person, so that's a beating. You can expect the result of fighting in 99% of cases. So that's why it's so good to trade your pieces when you have somebody extra, like in this position. So knight returned to b3, closer to the place of playing. You know, d3 pawn is main idea here. Computer recommended to play rook d1, but I want to ask if our opponent wants to protect it. Here, maybe one. So why not? Knight b3, protecting hanging pawn on a2, and maybe potentially with knight c5 if we need that. So looks like everything is under control to Raunak, so that's not a big surprise for him, anything. Of course, 2 bishops, that's a strong team, but right now rook is stronger, so everything is okay for them. Knight c5 is possibility, sacrifice on a2 but take on d3 or something else. You know, there are a lot of options to finish that game. Knight c5 wasn't the game. Okay, attacking everywhere. Just one question, what if bishop c4? Knight d7, you cannot go away because this bishop should protect the knight. King h7, takes. Bishop g5? No, that's a bad decision. Here with a threat, knight d5 for example, and a3, going away from a hanging square. Okay, sounds logical. Why not? Plus 2.7 in white's favor here. Okay, got that. Into the 4th board. An equal position or not? Or something have changed? Let's look at that. Yep, completely equal. So right now Ilya has more time than previous times, so his time increment collected to new minutes. So right now he has 3 minutes in his clock. Happy for him. And the whole situation may be even better for the black. I'm not sure. But as I've said before, I like that space in the center. I like this pawn on d4. Potentially that pawn can go straight and conquer new portion of area 2. So who knows? It's time for Arseny to save himself. Previously it was in the opposite way, but chess in the game when one move can turn the table and all roles are changing. What about the first board? Perpetual check? No. Queen takes b5. Right now white has 2 extra pawns. Denis won the second pawn right now after the trade of the rooks on e4. So check goes away, check, and right now it's time to find a path for the king, you know, avoiding that threat. Let's find it together. I think something like king f1, check. Bishop e1. That's easier than I expected. So right now black hasn't possible checks for the king, and 2 extra pawns means more than 1. So yep, time of logical mottos. Right now we have this position in the board. Denis has 8 minutes. Benjamin has 5 minutes. Benjamin decided to play knight e6, closer to the white's king, I don't know. But technically, knight hasn't next steps of this path. Okay. Understandable. So queen e2 with an offer of a trade sounds logical too. Blackmailing of trade, that's a typical method of capitalizing on extra material. Because every time when you offer your opponents a trade, he should make a choice between two unpleasant options. The first one is trading and going closer to the end of the game. The second option is going ahead and give you an important squares, lines, whatever. So that's really often thing. Okay, thank you very much. Queen e2 was played in the game. Okay. Fifth board. After the knight c5, Ivan Zemlyansky followed with bishop f5. So that's an option. Bishop h6 created a new threats using back rank, because right now g7 is the only luft for the black, and knight is pinned, because knight should protect the back rank from the checkmate here. So g5, and the computer recommends to play rook d1 and takes on d3 in the next move. So it's really unclear how to continue this game for the black. I don't know that, and computer doesn't know too. So rook d1 was in the game, predictable thing, and what? And the end, it would be the second pawn against material. I don't know. Technically, one is very lucky in the tournament, according to the first round when he won the top rating favorite Lucian Lei, just because of a huge blunder. So maybe after that round he has an interesting experience and he would play against checkmate in every game, because he is really lucky. He was really lucky. But as for, sensible approach, it's impossible to create something here for the black. The last hope, it was a d3 pawn, and right now this pawn is died. So. Nothing else in that position. Okay. What it was? Bishop g6? Bishop g6 see the trap with a threat of knight f5, I think. This bishop hasn't squares to get back, but h4 is enough to save him. After queen e2 in the first board, Benjamin Gladura goes back on c6, and I don't know why the evaluation becomes smaller. White has 2 extra pawns, so what's the problem? 1.1 in white's favor right now, so that's not so big but not so little, an average number of advantage. White has A, B, C pawns against only B pawn, so they need more time to create something here. The border of engine is calculations on the very limited number of moves ahead. For example, the deep of my engine is 25 moves, 25 not moves, 25 half moves. That means 12 and a half usual chess moves. So that's not enough to promote a pawn. So computer do not understand how big chances white has right now. g5, G5, I like that technically if you have a very hard situation in the board, you should looking for a counter attack. So hanging pawn on f5 is a danger, but let's speak honestly. White has 2 extra pawns, so it's hard to make position more risky for black than position is risky right now. The fourth board 0.0, you know, without tweaks, adjustments and all the stuff, 0.0. So that's a game that you see in your screen. Arseny plays with Ilya. F3 was recommended, but I see some trades into the queen side. It was before, right? Takes, takes. So an attempt to create a promote pawn, why not? I think that's about a simple calculation about queen takes before, queen a6 check, going away, and queen takes e5. So right now, you know, if I play this game, I would not think that that's so easy to understand, that it's an equal situation and all this stuff. E4. Maybe that's a forcing variation. Lead us to the simple draw. I don't know. Trade of minor pieces, right? Takes here. Rook d1. And maybe that position hasn't chances to win from the both sides. Sounds logical. Maybe computer told about that variation when he showed us 0.0. Who knows? After e4, I'm not sure that white has another options. For example, rook c4 looks very bad, yes, because these pawns are monsters. So that means that you need to take it. What chances? Take and take. As for fifth game between Raunak Sathwani and Ivan Zemlyansky, right now the evaluation gets bigger and bigger. Right now that's plus 4.3. Means much than we expected. So after bishop g6 it was g4, you know, preventing knight f5 with the problems of the bishop. So bishop d4 attacking, takes, takes, and they discovered attack. So one of the bishops is lost right now in 100%, here or here, and after that that's just a capitalization. So pawn died, advantage of 2 bishops team died, everything is died. So the game would end after, I don't know, 3 moves, I think. Yeah, bishop takes e4 was in that game. In the fourth board, I think everything goes to the draw. As for the first board that we see right now in the tournament hall, let's look one more time. So Denis Lazovic against Benjamin Gledura. 0.0? What? Why? I do not understand. It's 2 extra pawns, no? Right now the advantage of white is stable, something like an extra pawn, but after this trade, king g1, that's okay, but g4 was a mistake. What we can do? Takes. So c4 is keeping our advantage, but g4 is a great mistake, and 0.0 in every variation. Maybe that connected with, I don't know with what that's connected. Rook g7 was in the game, yeah. So h4 with a breakthrough, not breakthrough. What it is? What is it? If we're talking about right sequence order. So many questions, so little answers. Oi, sorry. king g8. So king g8 looks like nobody can do nothing. Why? For example, just to understand the whole idea, if I want to create a pawn for me, stays in the place. Okay, I want to talk here. Queen takes a3. Okay. My queen stays in the center. Maybe the pawn structure close the king is so unstable that queen cannot go away because nobody can do something. That's a double attack to the bishop, pawn, and all this stuff. By the way, the first board was finished with a draw. Right now, in the heavy pieces endgame, Arseny Nesterov and Ilya Lishonak decided that it's a draw, and they were completely right about that. Evaluation is 0.0, so they agreed to draw. And that the third draw in the third round. Yesterday was two, resultative rounds with 50% of resultative game. But today, 3 draws, but looks like the fifth board should finish with a victory of white. So Raunak against e1. The number of pawns right now is equal, but rook against knight, that's not unfair fight. Rook b7, bishop c4 protecting a pawn on b5, and bishop d2 preparing something. This knight right now is a pinned because h7 pawn is hanging. So if you play bishop b4, after that knight goes somewhere and rook takes h7, that's a new pawn and new promoted pawn. I think that's a plan. So bishop d3 was in this game. I saw that in the camera from tournament hall. Is that enough? I just want to check. Bishop b4. Knight d5. Bishop d3 protected the pawn on h7, so sometimes I'm started to blundering all my pieces. That's not so funny, technically, but that's true. Okay. Bishop d3, king e3, attacking this bishop, and right now bishop should choose his diagonal. Two bad options. From d3 he protected b5 and h7. From c4 this pawn is unprotected. So that's why bishop goes away. White bishop goes to b4. The last check on d5. King goes ahead and h7 pawn is hanging. h6 is not saving the position. So that's why one resigned. And this game was the first resultative thing in the third round today. So looks like what? Ivan made only resultative game in this tournament. The first round he won, the second round he won, the third round he lost. So that at least interesting. But yes, right now there is no chance to continue the game, so we have only one game. Only one game left right now. That's a fight between Denis Lazovic and Benjamin Gledura. So Denis has 2 extra pawns, as you see. For last 20 moves, Benjamin has a belief in himself. And that's enough, by the way. Right now, that's enough. So hard to find a plan for white, and computer doesn't. He says that that's inequality and problems with king, potentially problems with king, compensates 2 pawns. So unfair chess math. h4 was played in the game. Computer recommends it. Yeah, correct. But 3 minutes against 2 minutes. Okay. What about taking here? What do you think about that? Bishop became more activate piece. Queen e6, maybe, I don't know. Check. You know, I like that bishop on f6 really much. Queen f5 or something like that. Continue attacking. Computer says that black has enough resources to save that position. But technically, that's for engines, not for humans. For us, the situation is really problematic. Okay. h4 was played. As for the top engine move right here, knight e6. Let's discuss that. So, playing white, I haven't an option to make my position better. Like this diagonal is closed. My bishop cannot go somewhere. Maybe this maneuver. But that's strange because from d6, bishop is completely dumb. So 0.0 because of lack of methods to make position better, or what's the point? Benjamin has 1 minute 20 seconds. He needs to do something, as all of us. But knight on e6 looks like very logical thing, because he made two times in the same two things in the same time. Firstly, he blocked this pawn. Secondly, he protected here. Maybe he can help here potentially. So logical. No, it was a trade. So after knight e6, for example, takes bishop h4, no, that's a check here. So I can completely understand why previous version was risky for playing white. So right now situation becomes winning for the white. Let's look at the particular variation. Bishop goes on f6 with a check, king g8, and that's not a checkmate. I should say that because the corner is controlled by the knight, so that's not an idea. But g5, so what? King g2, so what? King f2, so what we are going to do? King e2, okay, for example. I do not understand the plan of computer. Even looking at the first line of his offers, I do not understand. That's why I'm not a grandmaster and technically okay. But in any case, I want to understand something. Bishop f6. Okay, at least we know that in this situation, black hasn't a right to play by their knight, because knight should control the corner of the board. Otherwise, that would be checkmate here. So it looks like this knight is pinned. That's why we can try to create a promote pawn on the queen side. Maybe that's a part of idea of running here. You know, king want to help his pawns to become someone. Okay, 2 minutes against 1 minute. But I think it would be a long game because, you know, you need at least 20 moves to create something into the queen side. And without that, I cannot see other ideas. So what it wasn't g5, I see it clearly. Queen on d3, so what move was in the board? I want to know. Queen goes to d6 somewhere. Maybe not from that position, but from what position? King, oh my god. King returned to g1, maybe avoiding some kind of checks. And after queen e6, with a threat of a pawn, it was a queen d1. Computer doesn't like that version for the white completely, and he says that right now we have 0.0 one more time. So queen went to a2, attacking this pawn. Okay. And for the machine, it looks like all chances for win the situation was lost by the king g1 move. As for human, is understandable thing. Okay. As for me, I can imagine easily that I prefer that move in the board. Because, you know, when you wanna go ahead with your queen, you previously usually try to avoid all of kind of perpetual check. So king g1 is explainable thing. Okay. Queen d5 was played in the game. That's a logical, natural move because, as you know, in every endgame contained queens, you need to place your queen in the center because that's the best place for queen. Place which you can control the lot of squares from. So, yep. Queen d5. King goes back to h2 to f2. By the way, sounds logical. Everything sounds logical if you wanna find the logics, correct? So king goes to here. Somewhere here in the queen side. Because right now white has a pawn majority into the queen side, and king wants to help his own pieces here. Why not? Knight f8, by the way, that's an offer here. Sounds strange because right now h8 square isn't supported somehow. And you know, that idea's in my head. But no, queen cannot go like here. So. King f2. That's the 52nd move in that game. So the game is continuing. That's predictable. Okay. So as for opportunities for black, they haven't. Only an ideas of perpetual check. So no checkmate, king cannot go somewhere, because you know. But by the way, right now this pawn is hanging. That's a strange sacrifice, no? Check goes away, check goes away, check goes away. Are you sure that the sacrifice is correct? I lost something. I forget about the pawn. Sorry. After trade of queens, the situation is completely winning for the black. So right now, that's not so easy to create a plan. Okay. e6. Oh my god. Everything is changing. So that's a really proper threat of playing, I don't know, e7, e8. So looks like black should play here and what's next? Small pause to understand something. So, for example, king d2, queen d5, right? Taking this pawn. Queen f1, queen e4, and... Okay, this endgame is completely winning for the white. Of course, because they have a lot of extra pawns, so we don't think about the trade of queens. That's impossible. The task of black is creating a perpetual check. perpetual check. For example, if I playing white want to go to the queen side, here, and f takes e6, right? So right now only one extra pawn in white's favor, so that's why situation becomes easier for them than in previous times. But it's a long time to play. So king d2. Right, it wasn't the game. Let's make that the top line. Yep. Check on d5 is predictable. And what else? For example, right now, has black other options except of queen d5? I'm not sure about that, because threat of going ahead is really strong. So you need to make a check. Yeah, sure. Queen d3 is possible, but after that this pawn losing in any case. So right now bishop is hanging, so you need to spend your time, so you cannot take here. And for example, queen c6. So right now the pawn on f5 keeping alive. So that's why situation is equal. Queen d3. This particular situation was in the game. So after queen takes e6, as I said before, our bishop is hanging, so you need to find a way to save him. And this pawn isn't touchable. Computer says that right now we have plus 0.2, but as for human, this game is continuing for for a lot of moves. So that's why I offer you to make a short 50 minutes break, and after that we'll continue all our end game. So 5 minutes. So let's continue. That's the fourth part of the round. Fourth part out of 3 parts. That's, an extra mile of participants. In the first board in the game between Denis Lazovic and Benjamin Gledura, the game unfolds like a very, can we say boring end game or not? Technically for the players it's not a boring end game, but for last lot of moves the situation isn't changed. So that's maybe I'm lying right now. Maybe I'm lying because technically that was a different proportion of material. For example, right now, 10 years, not 10 years ago, 10 moves ago, right now black has 2 extra pawns. But after some tactical thing with e6, with g5, right now only 1 extra pawn. So that was a question for the white. Is Denis agreed to draw? And it was one-time repetition of position, so you can look at that. f3, bishop goes to f2, and bishop returned. So right now bishop goes to f2 the second time, and it looks like closer to the draw, but no, after queen c6 it was a check, king h6, and king h7, I'm sorry, and queen d4. Of course, for the grandmasters is that's okay, that's okay. Ask the opponent, is he agreed to draw, and returning to the process of looking for chances to win. So one grandmaster told me that he liked this stuff because when he offered his opponent to free time repetition and he agreed the first time, he felt like my position is better, my opponent is agreed to draw, so everything is under my control, and that feelings makes his emotional state better. Okay, so it was king g8 if I see it correct from this position, king b1, continuation of playing on the queen side, Right now we have three pawns against one, so that's a sign to do something right here. So, okay, king b1, maybe potentially what? Okay, I can offer you this plan, for example, king a2, b3, a4, and creating something here. That can be interesting, I think so. Benjamin has only 1 minute, but that's enough, because time bonus increment, 30 seconds, that's completely enough to think about the situation, I don't know, making a move, write it down in the paper. What's happened? Queen e6, right? Check, going on h7, and what's next? Returning, right? Because I haven't seen something except of check. Queen goes to drum sign like to-da-dun, d3. Queen goes to d3, attacking two pawns in the same time. So that's a double attack. Why that's not working? Because of queen g4. And after the taking, it would be check. And queen e5. I don't know what does it mean for computer. Why he told that it's 0.0 without chances from both sides. As for people, it means something because you have 3 promoted pawns. So we'll see. Right now it's time to Benjamin to decide something, and the situation feels like really risky situation, especially after 3 hours of playing today. And right now we have 2 rounds. The third round started at 11 a.m. and the second round today will be started at 4 p.m. So you need to keep your forces, economy of forces. Otherwise, you'll have a problem in the next round. Queen goes to c6, protecting everything here. But that was a wrong decision because of queen f5. Queen f5 with attacking f7. For example, queen b7 protecting everything. Bishop goes d4 with a threat of queen f6. And the situation was completely changed here. Yeah, queen f5 was in the game, and right now computer doesn't see the ways to save this position. So king g8 was played, bishop d4, protecting, attacking, creating a battery on the long diagonal. And right now everything is different. So, for example, after king f8, I don't know, but the general feeling that right now white is dominating into the center of the board, because they every time has a checkmate threats. This queen hasn't moves because he should protect all hanging pieces. But as for white, king c2, bishop f6, king d2. So that's the plan, right? Here, and take. Maybe we kinda pinned black queen, attacking of the 2 weaknesses at the same time. So right now, really, it's time to king. So the fun fact that he just went on b1, so time to, reverse tickets. 57 seconds in Benjamin's clock. The evaluation is plus 2.6 right now, so that's too much to save, Knight from g6 hasn't an option to go somewhere because it would be queen e5 with a threat, a lot of threats. And right now the situation is deadly, so that's why everything's so bad. King f8 going away from the mate on the long diagonal, but as for ideas, Right now, king is free. So that's a main recommendation of the machine. To use our king, in this place or even in that place, I think. It can be an idea. Why not? Let's check, for example, king c2, king in e8. Can I play here? No, I cannot, because we have an idea of perpetual check. Sorry, my mistake. Let's go into the coffee, into d3. Another perpetual check, into d1. Not so good, but without perpetual check, so you should be careful. King c1 was played. Okay, the game is continuing. So, for example, king e8. It wasn't the game, so predictable thing if you played here, and here, trying to escape from the dangerous place. So it's logical to continue your own path. So I had a plan and I stick in that. Like in famous Russian meme about champion in ski competition. Do you have a tactics? I have a tactics. And I stick to that. King e8. Okay. So king d2. Knight e7. Attacking a queen. This square is really comfortable for the queen because that's a multiple idea square. Attacking here, attacking there, attacking potentially there, threatening this diagonal thing. So, looks like a good way to ask our opponents the strongest piece, where this queen wants to go next. So, queen wants to go on c5 with an offer of a trade. And right now, this trade is completely safe for white because their king is close to the pawn. His king is ready to catch somebody who wants to become a queen. Okay, understandable. What would be after queen d7, for example? Queen e5? Okay. So blackmailing the trade, that's a really often method in capitalizing an extra material, as I've said today. So yes, if you have something, you can ask your opponent about a trade, offering that, and he should go in your way. Oh no, it was trade in the game. Queen takes c5 and bishop takes c5. I saw. So, one extra pawn right now, and potentially a big chances to create a new pawn on a file, right? Right, knight d5. Good move, preventing king e3 and king takes e3. Very natural and logical, but the evaluation is plus 3 pawns in black's favor. What I'm saying, my brain start to... My brain don't want to budge, he's frozen. That's not my fault, that's just usual human reaction. So, okay, time to create a pawns to promote it. b3 and a4 in the next move. Why not? What do you think about king e1 and king e4? f2. That's not a good version because of that idea g6, for example, here. Threat of tactic. Got that. That was interesting idea of computer, by the way. Okay, b3. b3 sounds good. So good that I like to repeat it a lot of times, b3. If I remember right, it was a clothes with that name or something like that. But in chess, that's really typical. So b3, yeah, it was played in the game. So right now, Denis is ready to create his new pawn on a file. King d7 goes closer to the place of fighting. a4. We need a new hero to this planet. 19 seconds. c4. Attacking a knight and trading a pawns. Computer says, huge mistake. I don't know why, honestly. But the whole advantage, like 3 pawns in white's favor, are disappearing after c4 takes. And right now we have a equal position. So why? Knight f2 or knight f4. After king e3, for example, it would be f2. I see that. f2? Yeah. And that's a draw. As for what? As for bishop e3, knight g6. We are talking about this maneuver or about... We are talking about. That's a good question. So c4. At least right now it's time to choose. Knight goes to f4. So white hasn't the chances to capitalize that one extra pawn? Maybe. That would be so disappointing for Denis because he gets a perfect game and all of us know how it happens. Bishop e3, knight g6 to come on e5. I want to ask about knight h3. The whole my idea is let's draw too. What about knight e6? No, that's bad. I don't know how it works, but the pattern is you need to left more squares for the knight. I don't know. Knight e6 was in the game, and right now plus 2.4. So the position is winning for the white. Somehow. King goes in the meeting with this pawn. You see the evaluation brighter than board, and that's like waves. Up, down, right now. Up, one more time, plus 5 pawns. I think they would be very surprised that when they would analyze their games, because that's really, unusual thing. When every move changed the evaluation like so much. It's hard to expect. Plus 5 pawns in white's favor, but I'm really not sure about anything right now. You know, as viewers, we got used to everything, and we are ready for everything. So, yep, a4, going straight forward to the queen. And nobody can block it. For example, king b7, a5. No, a5 was a bad decision. Just king f2 and taking everything here. For example, king a6. King takes f3. King a5. King e4. Takes. King d5. And this pawn is promoted. At least as computer says. Let's go back to the situation in the game. So a4, 30 seconds in Benjamin clock. So he should do something at least, but it's hard to advise him something healthy here. You know, it looks like everybody kinda shocked after this long game, and game was nervous, game was hard, so that's why reactions are more slowly than usual. Okay, knight, king b7, trying to go from the side and maybe take a4 pawn finally, but that's really easily planned for the white's king. f2, f3, e4, d5, and helping c pawn to get promoted, right? Okay. Do you have something else? I'm not sure about supporting that piece, because if we spend our resources to support that piece, something else would die. So that's why we're just ignoring the problems and the A file and just continue our plan with activate a king and use that like a supporting piece for C file pawn. So, no chances here, right? It can be interesting to play, I don't know, bishop d2 for prevent that idea with king a5, but that's an extra problems here, and the best idea that you can do is maybe return a5 takes. No, that's a victory too, but no, of course, it's impossible to catch this pawn. So, king f3 was in the game in any case. King a5, king e4, king takes a4, king d5, yeah. So, black king in the edge of the board, and nobody can catch the white pawn. That's the point. That's the explanation of this huge advantage, as computer says. You see that here, white thing, righter than the board, you know. So, our game goes to the end. This check is possible. King d6, I think. The next check. After that, the number of checks would, I don't know, finish. So, bishop d2, creating a border for that king. I don't know, do we need that or what? Because really after c5, king goes to b5, and dark squares are not really important for us. But who knows? Maybe that's idea of going here. We have right to capitalize the situation that way too, so I don't see a problem of any moves. Yes. So, bishop d2, it was an 84th move. So right now this game is the longest one in the tournament, but that's only a third round. Maybe it would be a new records. New. We need to remember how many moves would be in this game, you know, to compare that with the next long games. I like numbers and records. Knight b7 was played. And it's time to go in ahead. Not ahead, to go in to the back rank, because our c6 move would be with a tempo, with attacking a knight. So black hasn't an option to keep his pieces alive. For example, c5, king b5, c6, everything that you can imagine, c7, and nobody can solve this point. For example, knight a4, but bishop e3. So yes, that's the moment when our game finished. Benjamin Gladura resigned in that situation, and that was the second resultative game in that round. So, okay, that was very interesting, and right now we'll make a pause in that stream. So the point is, as I said before, this tournament has so-called fast classic mode. That means that today at 4 p.m. that will be the next round, and we will continue our streaming, giving comments, discussing different situations, and enjoying the process, I hope. But right now, as you see in Tournament Hall, all pieces make their initial position, and everybody goes to dinner, because, you know, when you're a sportsman, you need to eat in schedule. I don't know, that's part of my plan too. I'm going to do that too. So, right now, we are finishing the stream. So, as I've told you, in 4 p.m., the next round. See you! Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 4th round of 23rd Karpov International Chess Tournament. My name is Dasha, I am Woman FIDE Master, and I'm here to giving comments about the games. Right now, that's the start of the round, so I see that the first minute, just first seconds, you know, and participants made their first moves. In this tournament, we have only 10 participants, but all of them are strongest grandmasters. That's a super tournament, with an average rating of the participants in 2610. So, as you can see, every participant had a very good, path in chess world. So, right now, 5 pairs. Today that's the second round, because the first was in the morning, and in the afternoon in 4 p.m. we have the fourth in general and second for today. So let's look at the board, and we can start from the fifth board. Why not? As for table after 3 rounds, I can tell you that the first place is held by Vahidov Shamsidin. He has 2.5 out of 3, so he lost only a half of a point. He made only 1 draw and 2 victories. So the second and the third place are shared between Ivan Zemlyansky and Lazavik Denis. So that's the point. And right now we are looking at the 5th board. Lazavik Denis, the winner of the previous round, with Vahidov Shamsidin, the leader of tournament in current moment. So let's look at the board. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, Spanish opening, one of the most positional openings, as you know, knight f6, Berlin ideas, d3, the solidest and calmest, you know, protection of the pawn in the center. And bishop c5 right now. It looks like everybody is ready to, well, it's a very solid structure after the dinner time. I don't know why. Maybe the both participants are tired right now. That's only my guess, nothing more. But previous round was hard for all participants, you know, even with fast classic time control. It's hard to play 2 rounds per day. That's easy to understand. But the point is, all participants in the same conditions. So if it's hard to you, to your opponent, it's hard too. And that makes the whole situation fair. So right now, bishop c5, as I told, that's a very calm variation of Spanish opening. So I think Nothing special would here for next 20, 30, maybe more minutes. So let's look at the openings in every game, starting from the first one. So Gladura Benjamin plays white, Zemlyansky 1 plays black. I don't know about emotional state of E1, but technically yesterday he won 2 games and become a leader, or at least he shared the first place with Wahidov Shamsidin. But as for third round, today morning, this game was really hard for him and he lost it. So I don't know, it can be hard to, try again. Because usually players has a night to recovery after losing a game and preparing for the new one. But right now you need to continue your efforts. And for some kind of people, it can be hard, but whatever. That's a sport, and you should be strong to become a champion. That's the rule. So, what's happening on the board? Let's look from the beginning. d4, knight f6, c4, g6. Starting like on old Indian defense, but after d5, we understood that that's a Grunfeld defense. The main idea of black is opening a long diagonal for the bishop with c5 and all this stuff. e4, that's an opening theory. White should try to conquer central squares, so forcing move with an attack of knight, takes theory, bishop g7. I played this variation for the both side, from the white, from the black. I do like that from the both side. So the main idea of black is attacking a long diagonal. They are playing c5, knight c6, sometimes bishop can go b6 or a5, short castling, and this piece is the most important piece of black. As for the white have a strong benefit connected with the central squares. Look at this chain. That's a very strong chain that interfere diagonal of the rook, of the bishop. So that's why the situation is interesting for the both participants. As for bishop c4, the idea is preparing a knight e2, because knight on f3 staying unstable because of pin from g4. That's why it's more interesting to place our knight on e2, protecting the center. And right now that idea isn't working because of f3, of course. So knight c6, and as for this moment, d5. I'm not sure that I know about d5, because usually in my real games I tried to protect this pawn with different methods, sometimes bishop e3, sometimes e5, or something like that. But as for d5, that's something new for me. Not for chess theory, I'm sure, but for me. Because from the one side, we push our pawns in the center, we control new squares, we force that knight to go away from the center and all this stuff. In the other hand, we opened a long diagonal for the fianchetto bishop. And that can be a problem, potentially. Our pawn t3 should be protected from queen, from bishop, so that's okay. You know, when I was a child, I tried to find moves without minuses, without problems. And my trainer told me that I can find this move only in the case if I play with an opponent with low rating. Because when you play with opponent who is equal to you, your moves would be, I don't know how to say that, that move would contain pluses and minuses, pros and cons, and that's technically okay. And the art of chess is measure these pluses and cons, these pros and cons, and choose the better one. Okay, knight e5, going away and attacking the bishop on c4. bishop goes to b3. I see a box in the screen, but I think right now that's okay. So queen a5, attacking this c3 square. As I said before, that's a really problem thing for the white, because if you go away from the dark squares, this bishop becomes a monster, to be honest. So you should find a golden middle, how it called, short castle. So we have that situation in the board. At the first board, Benjamin Gladura against Ivan Zemlyansky. Looks like everybody has something that they want to have. As for Grunfeld defense, the main idea of black is having a fianchetto bishop and help it with other pieces. So that's okay. Ivan did that bishop, and I think feel comfortable. As for white, the main idea of white in that opening is having a control on the center squares. So we have a totally good control on the center with a pawn chain e4 and d5. So I think that's okay too. So the both participants has exactly what they want to after the opening. Okay, go. Let's move on. Let's look at the second board. What's happening here in the game between Ilya Ilyushonak and Setkhuani Raunak? One more attempt. So we are here. Ilya plays white, Raunak plays black. Let's look from the beginning. d4, knight f6. So right now we can see a Nemtsovich defense. The main idea of Nemtsovich defense is trading the dark-colored bishop, to avoiding problems connected with that bishop. So that's why black in this opening refused their two-bishop advantage. So this trade on c3 is very typical. Bishop g5, e3, preparing the development. So looking at the time clock, Ilya was prepared for that particular variation. So he did his moves very quickly and confident. And right now it looks like the next plan, it's something connected with... I'm not sure, by the way, but my thought about that is knight g3, maybe f3, maybe bishop d3. I'll check that. But from the first sight, this knight stays on f4 is not comfortable. For example, if you put it here, it will be h6, and you cannot go ahead because of fork, so I do not recommend it. My idea is knight g3. And I think that's understandable for everybody. Right now that's an equal situation, of course, but we can check the next ideas with an engine if we are interested in. Let's do that. So h6, bishop h4, c5, trying to get back the control in the center. Queen c2, yeah. Maybe this knight shouldn't go to g3. Maybe another option is c3 square. You just need to make it clean by going away by our queen. Clean, queen make it clean. Strange rhythm. I didn't write, honestly. So, going back to the chess topic, right now, that's another idea to develop our knight. Going back by the queen, king c3, knight c3, and protecting e4 square, opening a line for our bishop. But potentially, in any case, that's f3. Yeah, right now you see the green arrows with queen c2 and knight c3, so that's how it works. As for f3 move, that's a plan for interfering the long diagonal against fianchetto bishop from b7. So everything is okay, point. Everything is okay. And that's enough for us. I'm closing my machine and let's move on to the third board. What's happening here? Grebnev Alexei plays against Nestorov Arseny. And the last move of white was f3. f3 in this board, f3 in the next board. So another free idea. Let's wait for some seconds to download board to your screens too. Because right now I see the new situation, but you don't. And that's unfair, as I think. So, where we are? That's a good question. Maybe I need to download the web page again. No, nothing has changed. It was a good attempt, but technically computer issues right now is not comfortable. Thank you. Something start to work. I like that. So we are ready to discuss. And that's a third board. Grebnev Alexei against Nestorov Arseny. A free move. That's a preparation for e4 right now. Of course, this idea has pluses and minuses as usual. So let's figure it out. From the pluses, from benefits of that idea, that's of course control on the center, idea of playing e5, pushing this knight from f6. What else? Space in the center for the bishop, for example. If we play in e4, we free up the way for the bishop. So the idea is clear. From the other hand, playing e4, you need to be prepared for a problem on d4, because right now we moving our chain ahead, so d4 square isn't so prepared. Okay. What else can I say about that? Bishop b7, for example. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pieces who attacked. 1, 2, 3 pieces who defend. Not enough. So I think we need something like queen c2, preparing, queen e7, attacking, and I don't see how we can to put, the next protector on this piece, on this square. Knight g3, for example, that's not a preparation because of the threat of a trade here. But potentially that's okay after rook e1, for example. But that's not so easy to make in a real game, so I'm not sure about that. Let's open an engine. Engine, I think, would be in black's turn. He'll tell that right now black has an advantage. Maybe I don't like a free move. That's just subjective opinion, nothing special. Technically minus 0.1. It means nothing. And bishop b7, for example, rook b1 with what kind of idea? a5, g4. Oh my god. When I saw a move f3, I didn't think that the main idea not e4 but g4. But technically g4 having a space into the king side, so why not? Maybe that was our goal from the first move. Who knows? Who knows? So, okay. I didn't see that ideas in real games. And maybe I want to make one more look about that. g4. g4, g4, g4. All that I see right now, that's a maneuver of queen that I like to do. So queen e1 and g3 looks logical because we putting our piece into the place, into the empty place after pawn go away. So somebody need to protect our king, so why not a queen? g3 or h4, I like that plan. The evaluation is equal, of course, so e4 maybe isn't working. Maybe isn't working. Let's check it out. e4, for example. No, it's not working. takes here, attacking the central pawn, so that's so-called hanging pawns on the center, and it's not easy to protect them in that type of position. So I was right about questions as for that idea. But technically, g4 is more interesting than e4, so nobody criticized nothing. Okay. What about fourth board? Aram Akabian plays with Lushan Lei here, and that was some kind of interesting sacrifice in the opening, right? e4, c5, Sicilian defense, knight f3, g6, bishop c4. To be honest, I'm really teaching the amateurs. I do it often, and usually when they try to put their bishop on c4 in Sicilian defense, I tell them that that's a mistake, because bishop on c4 looks good only in case when pawn stays on e5 or something like that, because in this type of situation it's easy for black to interfere this bishop and winning a tempo, attacking this bishop. So I don't know, it looks strange, and technically Aram thought for 2 minutes before made this move. But okay, knight f6, attacking the central pawn, knight c3, knight c6, d4, having a space into the center, and tactic in reverse. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and d5. As for that sacrifice in the center, that's a really typical thing, and recently I made a video about that, when I teach my viewers how that works, when you have the right to sacrifice that minor piece in the center. So I wanna repeat that for them or for you. After knight takes e4, black has only one idea, d5 with double attack. And of course you have a question. What would be after bishop f7? Because we sacrificed our minor pieces back, but technically right now we take our opponent's right to make a castle. So maybe that's a better way to live. I don't know, but as for me in that position, I would play bishop takes f7, because usually this option has a lot of minuses connected with the pawn center. Usually our opponent has so strong center that we cannot do that, because we trade our central pawn to opponent's flank pawn. But as for this situation, with d4 pawn, I'm not sure, so I want to check that. What computer answered to me in the proper question? You can look at yourself. So the first offer of the engine is taking on f7. The typical minus of this sacrifice is problems in the center, but right now that's not a minus, because after d4 pawn, white hasn't problems here. Knight e4. Maybe even better, who knows? And after d5, knight takes c5. Takes here and short castle. Looks like a part of opening theory, so minus 0.1. That means nothing, technically, but interesting to comparing, that numbers of the engine. So right now, short castle was the 8th move of white, and everything is under control. My guess that next move from black would be bishop g7 and c3, I think, to create this pawn chain in the center and interfering the bishop on g7. So, okay. By the way, right now you see this particular game, Aram Akabian against Lushan Lei. So, Chinese Grandmaster is thinking right now. Usually the second round per day is longer than the first one, because, Grandmasters spending more time to recheck their calculations, because it's too easy to make a mistake when you had a game in the morning, because our brains has a limits, and that's okay. We are human beings. Our brains cannot work without breaks a long time, and as a commentator I know that better than anybody else. So yes, that's nature, nothing more. So the second round usually consists of mistakes, nervous things, I don't know, strange decisions, even in Grandmaster's tournament. Okay, so Lucian Lei thinking right now. As you see in the background, two arbiters speaking about something and smiling. By the way, I like when people smiling, when they feel good and comfortable. So happy for them. As for the fifth board, what's happening here? Lazavik Deniz against Vahidov Shamsidin. Shamsidin right now is the leader of the tournament. He has 2.5 out of 3. So, as I said in the beginning of the stream, he is good. And he's playing with Deniz. Deniz has 2 points out of 3. So they are like in the top part of the table. What's happening in Spanish opening? We saw last time something like knight d4. That's a threat to this bishop, so nothing special. You should take it. c3. That's a part of a plan for white. You know, if you're an amateur in Spanish opening, I'll tell you that the best place for this white-colored bishop is c2. So you need to create this maneuver to protect the central square and preparing for d4. d4. That's why c3 move is nice to do, especially with fourth threat. Knight goes on a3. That's a strange decision, by the way, because from a3 we have... By the way, no, not strange. Knight goes to c4 and bishop goes to c2. Now their paths not interfering each other, so why not technically? c6, attacking a bishop. Bishop goes away to b3. Why not? Attacking a bishop. Bishop a7, a4, blocking this pawn company. Short castle and h3. Avoiding pieces on g4. And right now we have this situation, and you see players into your screens. So, what's the idea? I'm not sure, but maybe. The idea of white is connected with bishop e3. What do you think about that? Technically, if opponents take us by the f-pawn, and this rook is open, rook becomes more activate piece. In the other side, what was wrong with playing bishop e3 right now? I don't know. Maybe threats of minor pieces on g4 potentially, maybe not. I'll ask an engine about the situation. So what would be here? Bishop g5 with a pin. So properly and clear to understand. Okay. Or my favorite pixels is here. Technically, we cannot do something with that, but I need to inform my support group about that moment. You know, just to suffer together. So, where they are? We are here. Perfect. Okay, let's accept our life this way that it goes. And let's move on. H3. Preventing something, computer doesn't recommend to play that, but that's his problem. Technically, looked for the king, preventing knight g5 or bishop g5 and some variations. So why not? In your screens right now, you can see the third board. Alexei against Arseny. What do we have here? It was a trade on d5. In what kind of moment? So, Nemtsovich defense, yes, we discussed that. e3 protecting the center, d5 trade here, knight e2. The shiniest variation from the white side, but okay, that's their choice. Why not? That's like a solid wall. Solid border from any attempts to create any problems here. f3. Yeah. Sorry for my dementia sometimes. We discussed f3, of course. I told you this is not a preparation of e4, because e4 gives whites a lot of problems with potentially weakness on d4 and that's not work. No, if f3, that's a preparation of g4 in some kind of variations. For example, right now, g4, what do you think about that? That's okay. That's not the top move, but one of them, because the evaluation didn't change after that move, and that means something. So, bishop a6, good decision to the black, because you need to analyze the harmony in position to counter trade. Is it possible or not? For example, right here, white has a pawn chain into the black colored squares. So that's why the bishop on d3 is so important. So it's a good way to black, to trade it. Okay, why not? The main idea, according to computer, is taking here on a6, knight take a6, and e4, controlling the central squares, because right now nobody can attack d4 quickly. e5 is a threat, so takes, for example. No, taking on e4 was a bad idea. Why? Takes, and takes here, right? Right. We haven't a compensation after losing that pawn. So, a3 was played in the game. Alexei chosen. Choice. I'm not sure about the, versions of regular verbs in English, but I'm trying. And the main task is being understandable. So a3, that's a question for the bishop. And technically after bishop takes c3 as computer recommend and b takes c3, this pawn on c3 would protect the center. So the position becomes more comfortable for white, because right now the idea with e4 is working better. They haven't an isolated pawn on d4 even after the trades, so the whole center becomes more solid and comfortable. Got that. Bishop c3 was played in the game, and right now it's time to Alexei. He should decide what piece would take it back. Pawn to control the center more, or knight to go closer to the center and preparing new ideas. The both variations are possible, but computer completely recommend to take it by a pawn. So as you can see, making a center more solid, that's a good option to play. Okay, I want to close my engine and continue to looking at the board. So what's happening at the fourth board, for example? I'll open. Maybe after some lichess.org don't want to communicate with me. Oh, I have something? At least. But you know, Pixel's board makes me a monster. Deeply inside, of course, deeply inside, you know, in my surface, I'm a girl and I even sometimes smiling. Rarely, but it happened. But as for my inside monster, I'm not sure that he likes it. Okay. The first board, Aram Akabian is playing with Liu Shanlei, so it was a sacrifice, a minor piece in the center. Knight takes e4, d5, knight c5. As we discussed, that was an opening theory. So, queen d5, and right now Aram Akabian is thinking for the last 10 minutes. And right now he has 35 minutes in his clock. That's kind of strange because we have only 35 minutes from the beginning of the round and he spent 25 to himself. So. Maybe it shows us that preparation for this game from Liu Shanlei was more precise because he didn't spend time to calculate the variation or remember that it's easy for him, but Aram is really spending time. But I'm sure that the whole situation is equal. But the point is, when you feel uncomfortable, it's a situation you don't know, that gives you more troubles in the middle game and the end game potentially. So. As for the fifth board, what's happening here? Denis Lazovic against Shamsidin Wahidov. So our Spanish opening, knight c4 attacking a bishop, a4 blocking this pawn, and h3 making a luft. As for the situation, queen f3 only new for us, because as for previous moves we discussed that before, but queen f3 is new. I don't know. Technically speaking, if I played this position, I would make something else. For example, I like the idea with king h1, going away from the diagonal of a pin, and playing f4, opening a line for the rook, for the bishop. Why not? If we potentially can put the next pawn in the center. Sounds okay. What do you think about that? So I don't like queen f3 because this move is interfering our pawn, who potentially can fight for the central squares. Maybe, not maybe, I don't know, I wanna ask an engine here, but my version that king h1 is stronger. Yes, it is. You know, I feel nice when I offer you moves better than was in the game of Top Grandmaster. It makes me more confident. But technically, of course, that's a joke, and my rating in Classic right now is something like 2000s or even less. And the average rating of this tournament, as I said before, 2610. So a big difference, right? But technically, computer like the same thing. King h1 and f4, opening a line for the long distance pieces. For bishops, for rooks, for queens. But of course, that's a moment of choice for anybody, so you can choose whatever you want. Bishop e6, another equal position, so no big difference. Okay. The first board. Right now at your screen, the first board, Benjamin Glidura plays white, Ivan Zemlyansky plays black, and it was a lot of trades here before that position, if I understand it right. So Grunfeld defense with d5, pawn in the center, trade on d7, and bishop e3, bishop d4, trying to trade this piece. As I've told, in Grunfeld defense, in Old Indian defense, by the way, in the Mostov opening, if you put your bishop in fianchetto, this piece becomes the most important piece for you, because you spend a lot of time to create this opportunity for the bishop, and you should prove your opponent that you know that this piece is strong enough. So right now, after bishop d4, with a threat of a trade, I think it's nicer to play in white's turn, because right now they have more pawns in the center, they have more room here, but black has a d3 square, by the way. Let's think about that. So d3 for the knight, maybe that's a part of a compensation. Queen d2 was the last move of white, and right now knight d3 is not a threat. For example, you have an option to take it, and knight f4, for example, or something like that. Not knight f4, not an option, because we are losing our pawn, but potentially. Maybe knight c1, for example. So I'm not sure about kind of advantage, but I would prefer the white's turn. Because, you know, center is center, f4, potentially e5, maybe in some kind of thing. So that's nice to play. I'm interested in recommendations of computer, what variations he offers to play for black. e6, fighting with this pawn in the center. Knight f4, protecting here with an idea of taking. By the way, right now, white has a small but solid advantage, like plus 0.3, so it means something. Why not? Knight d3, that was my variation. Computer says takes, rook. No, knight f4 isn't working. As for rook a b1, so that's better. Attacking opponent the semi-opened file, so sad pause. I like that. Okay. Okay. What I want to say else? Nothing. White really has an advantage because of the space in the center, but that's all. So let's go to the second board. Yeah, it was synchronized decision with Russian language commentators, so you can see participants from the second board in your screen right now. Ilya Elishonok is playing white, and right now he is thinking, and his opponent, Raunak Sathwani, he is returned to the board, and everybody is thinking. So, it was 13 moves here. That's an endgame after the trade of queens somewhere. Oh, that's an interesting moment. You know, Nemtsovich defense, the bishop took on c3, queen took on c3. Okay, that was predictable enough. But what about knight e4 with a discovered attack, like sacrifice the queen? But technically that's not a sacrifice. Take here, take here. That's a threat for the rook, so you cannot take here, of course. Takes and takes. And right now they have an endgame with, of course, equal number of material. And that's all. I think the next move for Ilya would be f3. Because that's a move with multiple ideas. The first one is protecting g2 pawn from the fianchetto bishop and making our bishop free. The second idea is preparing e4 move, so why not? What's computer said about that? Just one small action, f3. Nice to feel competent in this question. The fourth board, okay, Aram Akabian against Lushan Lei. It was something strange here, right? So where we are? Queen d5, h3, a luft finally. Aram decided to make a luft, but he has only half an hour on his clock right now, so he should be careful about that. Bishop g7 attacking a not isolated pawn. Bishop e3. Why everybody is avoiding c3? That's a supporting for the central pawn. I don't know why, but I would make it really in that position. Short castle. And knight goes back. So knight is tired to stay on c5 and he decided to go back in the edge of the board and maybe... Okay, so right now everything is logical. I made a question and right now I found an answer. So it looks like c3, that's a good way to make our center stronger, but technically this c3 square can be useful for the knight, because after our c3, knight from c5 has no option to go back and he can die here. So that's why white is trying to avoid this c3 move to keep that square for the knight in his reverse road. So, yep, right now it's completely understandable from the both sides. But I have only one question. No, I haven't. I wanted to ask what would be after rook d8 because it's a fourth attacking piece and we haven't the fourth defensive piece. But technically that's a counter attack and next move could be d5 or could not. I don't know. Honestly speaking, I think that the black position right now is better than white's one. Let's check it out. But my guess is minus 0.5 or something like that, like half a pawn in black's favor. Exactly. Exactly, minus 0.5. So I was precise as never. Black definitely has an advantage because of this knight. Computer recommends to play queen b5, but technically I want to ask about b5 idea. No, that's okay. Even with an extra space for the black and the queen side, that's technically okay. So rook d8 was played in the game. Okay, it's easy to understand, but technically that was my offer. So right now knight c3, that's the only move for the white. Queen should go away and d5? No, d5, that's a blunder because black has an option to take on c3 and take on d5 after that. So no. Queen e2 with a counter attack. Takes. Pawn on e7 is hanging in the end of the variation, so right now that's completely okay for the white. The number of material is equal, so that gives him composition. As for queen f5, maybe that's more interesting, maybe not, but the way of keeping the material equal for white, the same. You know, playing queen e2, attacking here, attacking there potentially, and white has enough time and tactical ideas to save that pawn on d4, even with lack of opportunity to create a pawn chain in the center. No, everything is okay, everything is enough, so Let's look at that like a bad position for white, but technically enough solid to leave. Okay. And as for the fifth board, Denis Lazovic against Shamsuddin Wahidov. So what we're having here, Queen f3, Bishop c2, looks like a typical Spanish maneuvers. So like everybody, the both players, I mean, trying to make their pieces better, and nobody wants to budge in the center. I mean d4 or g5. No, nobody. One of the ideas is knight e3, knight f5, I think, or something like that. So it's... I know a lot of people who hate this type of positions because you haven't place when you can go and win, and there's no risky here. So if you're an amateur, not amateur in the chess, but okay, if you're a lover of the type position, I think you will feel comfortable. But as for me, especially playing black, no, I'm not sure. But that was an interesting story. Before the beginning of the tournament, journalist asked me to give some comments about the tournament, and it was one of the questions like, what can be unique in tactical ideas of the top player in this tournament? And I was like, unique tactical idea? Strange question, really strange question. The point is, if you are a top grandmaster, you should manage to do everything, like everything. Boring situation and intense situation, end game, middle game, openings, whatever. You cannot have in type of position when you hate, because you know it makes you non-professional, like amateur. So, if the best decision in situation is going to the boring position, you should do that. So this not depends on your own interest. That depends on the interest of position. And that's a big difference between, you know, amateurs and professionals. And I think that's true. So right now you can see the both participants at your screen. So Denis is thinking, he is looking for the plan, maybe something connected with finish of development, rook e1, maybe. I want to check what the computer says about knight e3. By the way, it was a 0.2 becomes minus 0.1, so it means really nothing. The evaluation is close to the equality, so white can do that. g6 is a part of a plan, so rook b1 or something like that. Typical positional game into the Spanish opening. Okay. Good for him. So right now it's freedom for white, you know, to choose a plan that they wanna play next. Rook b1 with b4. They can play in the queen side. Okay, that's comfortable. Knight e3, knight f5. Typical Spanish things, so without risk, without anything. Or maybe queen g3, king h1 and f4. I'm not sure about f4, because if Denis wanted to do that, he could do that earlier, but technically that choice is keeping right now. Okay, right now we'll make a short break for 10 minutes, and after that we're returning to the stream, so we're here. So we are continuing, we are on air. Let's look at the boards to analyze what's happened for the time of our break. After the first hour of playing, the 5 games of 5s are left, so everybody's continuing to play. Nobody finished his game quickly. And that's interesting. Okay. a lot of resultative game in this tournament, less than 50%, but not so much. And right now, you can see the third board, where Nestor Varseny plays black and his opponent, Grebnev Alexei, plays white. Unfortunately, my board that works. Happy for the board. That's an interesting endgame. Oh, the first board was finished with a draw. As you can see, the second one in the background, you can see Ilya, who put his pieces into the initial position. So in this rook endgame, Ilishon Ilya and Satvani Raunak agreed to draw result. So it was a free time repetition, avoiding breaking the laws, because in this tournament there is a Sophie rule that prohibited to agree to draw agreements before 40s move. But right now everything is in the rules, so yes, that's the first draw here. Okay. Going next. What about this endgame? Grebnev Alexei against Nestor Varseny. So the number of material is equal here. Everything is under control. Bishop and knight against a team of two knights. Two knights. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So two knights. Sounds strange, but okay. Rook c4. I think the evaluation is 0.0. I need to check it, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right. Yes. Rook c1, for example, takes, and nobody has an option to looking for a chances to win. So that's extremely clear here. As for the other boards, the first board, Gledura Benjamin against Temlansky 1. What's happening here? This knight on d3 is staying on the supported place we discussed before. I have only one question. So queen c5, for example, check. Knight d4 is enough to interfere that troubles on this diagonal, so no. That's not a problem, that's just a check. That's why queen returned to c7, that move, protecting b7 hanging pawn. Okay, that's extremely clear. As for the situation, I don't know why, but I feel that I would prefer the black's turn, because black hasn't weaknesses. I like this knight on d3, attacking f4 pawn, and it's really harder to create a plan for the white. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm right, maybe not. I wanna check it. But I think it's something like a half a pawn in black's favor. No, completely in the opposite. Completely the opposite evaluation here. The situation in white's favor, like half a pawn, 0.5. So after the e5, maybe white created a point for their knight on d6 too. I don't know. Let's put the space to find the top engine line. a6, a4 preventing b5. Knight d4. Knight on d4 is very strong and nobody can make a threat for him. d3, h4. Oh my god. Interesting idea. Okay. So, we have a guest here. Perfect. So, we make a short pause and continue with our guest. Let's do that. right now we are with a guest. Round Acta 20 in the stream. So my first question, how do you feel after the game?
Fine, it was a normal game. With black, I couldn't do much, so it was okay game.
What about the whole tournament?
I had a tough game yesterday, but I bounced back well in the morning, so it's going all right so far.
Can we analyze this
Yeah.
game or...
Nothing much to analyze, but still I'll show some lines.
Thank you.
I kind of knew this idea until here.
It was a preparation or...
Yes, I've seen 94. I don't remember if it's this position or it's something else, but I knew this line exists. Here I thought, yeah, he should play f3, but it's nothing special. I can go c5. So he plays rook g1 with some ideas of g4, bishop g2 somewhere. Go knight f6, bishop b2, knight e4, take, bishop d3, bishop d3, rook d3, and there's not much going on in the position. Everything is symmetrical. So I play c5. Just. And
So completely everything is
Yeah.
under control, right?
yeah, there's nothing what white can do or there's nothing what black can do. So we just make some moves.
Yeah.
And okay.
So in that case, I want to ask some questions about the whole situation. So what time you're in the Khanty-Mansiysk? The second one or more?
No, second time.
The second.
Yeah.
In the previous year, you were the first time here.
Yes, that's right.
So what the most interesting in Khanty-Mansiysk as a guest?
I haven't visited much. I was just in my room last year also, and this year nothing changed.
Like a professional chess player, no excursions, no museums, no...
Nope, I didn't visit anything. I had a tour actually on the last day last year, which was nice. Some boat tour, and that's it.
Boat tour, Irtysh River, this
Yes,
thing.
I guess. I don't remember the name, of course.
I understand that. And in the day after tomorrow, it would be a day for the rest. How will you spend it?
Just sleep all day long.
I understand you completely. How do you feel about 2 rounds per day? It's hard to play.
It's definitely hard, but I played Aeroflot, so I have some experience doing this. So it makes it easier, but it's still very hard to keep up in both the games. The level still drops in the second game usually for everyone.
Yeah. So maybe that was the point why it's a quick draw.
Yeah, that's why I was fine with the drop. I'm black, and it's the second game of the day. I did well in the first game, so I didn't mind the draw.
I understand it completely, to be honest. The last question. Maybe one short advice to chess players who want to become a Grandmaster.
Do a lot of tactics. So the sharper you are, the faster you will be able to calculate.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So it was Ronak Sathwani, our guest from India, and right now we are continuing to analyze the chess games here. So, the third board. Alexei Grebnev against Nestor Farseni. We saw that before, and I told you that it looks like a draw, completely draw. Of course, that's a, I don't know, last threat of creating a discovered attack by bishop takes b6, a takes b6, and rook takes c6. But that's not serious thing. That's just, black has a lot of ways to avoid this problem, and that's all. Computer recommends to play knight d7. I'm thinking about knight e5, and I think nothing special here. Okay. The fourth game, Aram Akaban against Lushan Lei. So, another position with 0.0 in the estimating machine. Knight returned to c3, and I remember that somewhere here it was the advantage in black's turn. White has troubles with that knight on c5, so that's why he Okay, that's why that knight spent a lot of times to going away on c3, and so what? So what? a6, maybe b5. b5 is possible. It's possible. Yeah, that's okay. So the evaluation is equal, and you can do nothing with that. Okay. Queen e2. This pawn is protected. We calculate these variations before. After the knight takes d4. Takes. Pawn on e7 isn't protected by somehow, so the number of pawns is keeping equal, so nobody has real problems. Okay. And the fifth board, Lazavik Denis against Vahidov Shamsidin. Another game with 0.1. By the way, it's typical thing for the second round, as Raunak says, you know. By the way, quick draws in the second round per day, that's okay. Because grandmasters are humans too, and their brain are tired too. So, yep. But right now I'm thinking about that life of professional chess player when you travel a lot, but you do not see some beautiful places, museums, I don't know. Because you need to prepare the whole time, sleep, prepare, play, sleep, prepare, play, and that's a circle of life. So I prefer to be a commentator because I have enough time to see beautiful places, to go to excursions and, you know, enjoying life. So maybe that's about right choice of sphere. Okay. Computer recommends to play knight d2 right now. You know what? You know what? I don't know why we should go back. d5 is not a threat because e5 pawn isn't protected. Maybe we can do something like rook d1, knight h5, going on f4. Okay, the point is, computer recommends to prepare d4 idea like a counterattack. If we do nothing, opponent has this maneuver, knight h5 and knight f4. So we need to take our knight back from the capture and potentially follow with d4. Sounds logical. Why not? This position is completely okay. We block that idea with a queen, for example, to checkmate threats. So everything is under control. But not. I cannot say that I prefer some side right now because it looks like really solid pawn structure for the both sides. Okay. Knight f6. And right now Denis is thinking. So Denis has half an hour, his opponent has half an hour too. It looks like the half of a round was finished, maybe less than half a round, but you feel the dynamics. And as for the first board, Vladimir Benjamin against Ivan Zemlyansky, you can see how Ivan is thinking right now. So his position isn't nice, but isn't bad too. So that's absolutely normal positional play with different supported knights in the center. So I think what? I think knight b5 and knight d6 can be a threat. So I would play a6 like a prophylaxis, preventing that idea before. Why not? I think that's absolutely correctly, so why not? Oh, in the third board, it was a trade of all heavy pieces, so right now we have only minor ones. 2 knights against bishop and knight. So here everything goes to the draw. At least I think so. Computer, by the way, doesn't agree. He estimates the situation like plus 0.5 means something. Half of a pawn, like white has an advantage. Maybe that depends on bishop in the center. You know, that's an easy rule about bishops and knights. So if you have a bishop and your opponent has knight, your main task is creating a fight in the both flanks of the board. Because knight, that's a piece who can play only in the area when he stayed. But our bishop can play it in the same time in opposite flanks. So right now, bishop from d4, for example, can attack this hanging pawn and attack this hanging pawn. So that's multitasking piece. As for knights, knight hasn't this option. So that's why maybe white has the chances to looking for something. Fun fact, after 27 moves, our Alexei has 47 minutes. Strange thing. But it looks like he hasn't problems during whole game and he controlled the situation. Okay, the fourth board, Aram Kabian against Lushan Lei. So, I have a question about c2 pawn. Computer said that the top engine move right now is b5 protecting c4, but I wanna ask you a question. Maybe I know the answer. Yeah, I think I know the answer. So, right now, knight c2 is prohibited because of g4, for example, and black queen haven't a square to go away from the threat. So he should go here, for example, or here, and this knight is unprohibited in the end of that variation. So as for queen takes c2, queen takes c4, I think, and queen b2 is prohibited because of rook b1 with a skewer here. That's the answer for my question, and then the explanation why Lushan Lei decided to play b5 here. So he protected his pawn on c4, and like everything is correct. But as for a3, as for a3, it's easy to. This capture is prohibited, so you should go away to keep your material alive. Okay, black has more space in the queen side, white has more space in the center of the board. This pawn is really control something or pretend to control, so that's an equality. Understandable. I like a free move because that's a question for knight, and knight has only one option to going back. Takes, for example, takes, and bishop f4. I wanna play c3, by the way, with the same evaluation, 0.0 or close to that. Computer recommends to play bishop f4. Maybe we haven't really big problems here. So right now our battery is attacking an e7 pawn in the e file, like, you know, boring game. But technically black has an advantage of 2 bishops, so maybe it's better for white, you know, avoiding a trade over queens. But technically that doesn't mean a lot. Right now we have this situation, and it's time for Aram Akabian to make a decision. As you see in the camera from tournament hall, he's thinking, and the second round per day usually is harder than the first one, because you start to feel that your brain gives you sometimes strange decisions, and you force yourself to recheck, recalculate, rethink and that spends more energy than usual. But technically, as I've said a million times before, all of participants have the same conditions. So if it's hard to you, of course it's hard to your opponent too. And you should be stronger and braver and more ready for this type of competition to be a champion. So we understood that completely. And let's decide to the third round. Third round was in the morning. We cannot go back. Okay. So, the third board. Grabnev Alexei against Nesterov Arseniy. Knight c5 in the center. So that's a process of looking for chances to win the game somehow. Because all of us know that in process of playing in both flanks, usually bishop is stronger than knight. But it's hard to show in the real board. Especially in that case when, knights are protecting each other. But right now that's a threat or not. It's important to remember that the main feature of knights is creating a double attack, so you should be very careful and count it every time, but Alexei has enough time to count everything. By the way, the evaluation right now is plus 0.2. That means that nothing special, just, nice. But no more. Okay. My feelings tell me that right now it would be a draw in that particular game. So let's check, am I right or not, and go to the next one. So what about the first board? Gladura Benjamin against Zemlyansky E1. Nothing has changed. After the e5 move and response with a6, right now Benjamin is thinking for the last 5 minutes. So a4 is really natural move, as computer says. Lichess, but I know the main problem is not in Lichess. Main problem is speed of the internet, but life is life. So, right now the idea of black is playing b5, taking more space in the queen side, so move a4 looks very natural to prevent that, but queen e3 is solid enough. So b5, for example, a4 and trade here. Looks like very initiative thing. Oh my god, that's a tactic, so you cannot take here because of discovered attack. I like that. Maybe that's a threat of playing rook b6 with b5 or without b5. In any case, rook on b6 would be okay, because we attacking this weakness. We wanna stay on d6, that's a supported place for the rook, and our opponent cannot play queen takes b6 because of the threat of discovered attack, as I've said before. So if I played black, I would prefer something like king g8. I don't know, but right now this idea isn't working, of course, because of the capturing and lack of a check. So that's the fifth board, the board that you can see in your screen right now. Looks like the next draw, by the way. So that's interesting that in the fourth round, the current round, all of boards had the same evaluation, in the range between minus 0.3 to plus minus, plus minus. Plus minus, that's a math, another subject. So from minus 0.3 to plus minus. No, my brain is broken right now, so I cannot explain you my thought. Let's accept it. What can we create here? I remember that the main idea of black was knight h5 and knight f4. Does it work right now? Just trying to imagine if that situation would be in real. For example, white's move, I don't know, something like queen c5, for example. This pawn is hanging, so knight d7, that's a decision. Why I cannot play rook e8? I can. Equality. King f8, rook d8, king e7. So, nothing interesting one more time. Okay. Short notice. All things that I said is just my subjective opinion, and that can be non-objective. Yep, predictable. Okay. I wanna find something breathtaking here, but right now plus 0.1, 0.0. Yeah, this game in the third board between Grebnev Alexei and Nestor Varseny should end somehow quickly, because, you know, the same material, the same idea, something like a5, knight b7, knight b2, takes, and in the same flank, you know. But what it would be after king d4? Takes, for example, yeah, king cannot go closer to the place of fighting because this knight should protect it, and it interfere the king. So a5 looks logical. Arseny has 11 minutes and position is completely solid right now. As for the fourth board, 0.0. So Aram Akaban against Lushan Lei. What about e7 pawn? E7 pawn is hanging, but black's turn. So they have different options to protect it. Computer recommends to play rook e8. I want to ask about opportunity to play rook a7. So the same, and it's completely possible. So, you know, different ways to continue the game. What else? White hasn't a piece that can attack a black queen on d5. So this queen blocked pawn on d4, and, you know, nobody has a really chance to do something. a5, b4, I'm not sure, because this pawn becomes a weakness, and all stuff with knight e5 and attacking is possible. What else? Black has a 2 bishops advantage, but how to use that? Of course, they can use a long diagonal by bishop b7, but what's next? Bishop b7, h6, g5, it's path to lose the game, not win. So that's why nothing. And the fifth board. Denis Lazavik against Vahidov Shamsidin. So we saw that position before, nothing new here, am I right? I am right. Denis is continuing to thinking, so he's right to think so much, so he won't. So I made my, circles between games quicker and quicker, but nothing changed. The first board, 0.0, 0.0, 0.0, 0.0, and, by the way, that's a good strategy if you're talking about professional players. because that's second round per day and all of them are tired and it wasn't enough time to preparation maybe. But technically I think that they are prepared before for both sides with their opponents, because they know their opponents long time before, and we are talking about professional chess players. Their life depends on their results, so I think the most of them prepared before for every opponent, for every color of playing. So right now in the tournament they just repeated and adjusted something, but we are not talking about the general preparation. General preparation is doing before the tournament. That's the rule. But of course we have a question. In case of, tournaments in a row, for example, if you have 3 tournaments per month, it's a problem to prepare personally for every of them. Benjamin Glidura decided to play a4 right now, preventing pawn chain with b5. So right now... Yeah. That situation, we discussed that. I've told you about the idea of rook b6. Do you remember? Rook b6 and an attempt to make a threat for that weakness on e6. And that combination works because of potentially discovered attack with queen from e3 to b6, knight f5, all this stuff. So Ivan Zemlyansky decided to put his king away and avoiding and all these ideas connected with discovered attack. So a4, knight, return to c5, attacking this pawn. Rook b4, for example, and knight d3, because you need to protect this pawn. Rook b1, and knight goes away. It looks like something with an offer a draw. Do you think so? As for white, that's hard to create something else, because this pawn is important. Rook a1 looks very shy. As for rook b4 with a counter threat, looks logical. Here, goes away. Oi, not here. So I think the first board will finish with a draw quickly. Enough. As for the third board, as you look from tournament hall, a5 was played by Arseny here, so the situation is symmetrical. The only small diversity is activity of the king. So, as you can see, white's king stays in the center of the board. Black king cannot do the same. But technically, what about we are talking? For example, king d4, it was in the game, check, protect from this side, and king d6. So if you make a check, that's a king e6, that's a threat. So white hasn't time to go king to c5 and b5. If they manage to do that, they have a great advantage. But the point is, right now we have foreseen calculations. So right now, a4 pawn is hanging, so you need to protect it somehow. After knight c3, it would be king g4, g6, supporting c5 move from this idea. And the situation is repeating. So right now, somebody asked an arbiter about 3 times repetition. I think it was Ivan and Benjamin. Yes, am I right? That was the position the first time, 24th move, the second time, and this third time. So yes, the result of this game is a draw. We are talking about the first board, Ivan and Benjamin. So what about the third board? The same thing. h4, king e6. I have only one question. What would be after king c5? takes, takes, king e5, goes here, here, check, for example. So that's a good calculation, but it looks like that's a forcing variation to the draw. After knight takes a4, it would be an endgame. What kind of endgame? Let's look at the computer's idea, g5. So whatever, you can eat all the pawns. The idea of g5 and making a trade here gives what I wanted to say. Gives black the easy opportunity to create a draw right here. So this game is like finished. After knight takes a4, okay. And the two last games. So Aram Makabian and Lucian Lei, they are playing that position, c3, small adjustment of the pawn structure. And yeah, it was knight takes a4 in the third board. Interesting to look, by the way, because right now it's easy to understand. Rook takes a4, oh sorry, knight takes a4, knight takes a4, and right now it's important or not important. Computer recommend, no, whatever. All moves of king to trade the rest of pieces, the rest of pawns, I mean, lead us to the short draw. So king f5, yes, was in the game. You know, king g4 is the threat, just eating them free. But if you need to do that, g5 is possible. That's a draw in any case of continuation of the game. So. So that was a 40-second move, maybe they... But why not to play here? King d4. 0.0, classical. What about, I don't know, king g2, king g4, king e3, takes, and king f4. And for example, this particular variation lead us to the victory of white. Check, goes away, check, goes away. g3, right now black king hasn't moves, so knight b2. a4 the only move, knight c4, a3 the only move. Of course, you cannot take here because of stalemate, so the game is ending because of the king. But you can put your opponent a brilliant checkmate in the edge of the board. That's an imaginary thing, nothing special, and of course it's easy to avoid this variation. For example, after king g4, king e3, playing king g3, and take it pawn first. So that's not a big deal. Takes, takes, here, here, here. For example, that's a draw. Because you can stay here, your opponent's knight cannot go away from the a pawn, and king cannot go away too. g5 is possible too. g5 takes, takes, king goes away, goes, h4, stays here, h3, g3 avoiding a trade, h2 going closer, h1 queen. Of course you don't know the variation that I show you, but believe me, everything is okay. So we have that position in the board right now, and there are a lot of ways for Seni to force the draw result. So everything is under his control. Let's look at the fifth board. Is that something new here? That's a game between Lazavik Denis and Shamsidin Vahidov. Oh, it was g5. We'll return here. But firstly, I wanna look at that game before the end. So it was g5. the easiest way to forcing a draw in this particular situation. So, for example, if you ignore this attack, playing king e3 takes king f3, for example, king e5. Okay, staying here, king d4, king f4. I like the trace of a king. Takes, 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 takes. A lot of ways to fix the result, really. So. But of course, the participants haven't an engine close to them, so that's why they don't know. The situation hasn't any options to looking for a victory, so that's why they're thinking. And that's true, that's true. When you have an endgame in your games, please think as long as you can to do that. So, right now we'll have a guest in our stream, if I remember it right. We are online.
Yes.
How do you feel today?
It was a draw in the afternoon. I wanted to win. It was an interesting game, I thought, from the opening. But at the end, I wasn't sure if I need to, risk too much because I had a bad.
I think we have some troubles, no, with the sound. Do you listen to you okay? Do you heard yourself okay?
Yeah, I thought I thought it was fine.
Okay, so sorry for digression. Sorry, continue, please.
Yeah. So in the morning, I lost a game, a very long game, and it was very hard, mentally to come back, and I just wasn't sure if I want to risk too much in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, please show me.
yeah, because my opponent told me after the game that he thought I was better in the end, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, according to the engine, it's slightly better. But I just wasn't sure what to do here, because black will come with b5 and some queen a5 very quickly. And if I want to do something, then I have to play some h4, h5, and sacrifice a pawn. And it's very dangerous for me, also for him. But I just didn't really want to do this. Yeah, it's just too much risk.
Yeah, I understand that.
But here I was better, maybe. Yeah, rook b1. Yeah, for f5 finish.
Mm-hmm.
White is winning. No, I mean, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's a playable position, but maybe I am slightly better. I should have played something like this. Yeah.
But the second round in one day, it's hard. So,
Yes.
how do you feel right now?
I mean, other than the morning round, I felt very good. I like to play here. It's a very good, atmosphere, and
Atmosphere is perfect here. I like it too.
I actually played here once 7 years ago in 2019. I played the World Cup in the same room. So
In Chess Academy.
right here in the same room, yes.
Uh-huh.
But it was much more people. Like there was like 100 people in the same room, and like I didn't feel special, you know, not so much special, but now it's like 10 players, only 5 boards, and you feel very, you know, unique.
Unique.
Yes.
That's interesting, right?
Yes. So yeah, I like it here, and I hope I can play some good chess in the last few days, and yeah, play some, play for the result. Yeah, I have to win a few games if I want to do well, but it's very hard. Everybody's a strong player. And
Yeah. What you want to do in the day for rest, in the day after tomorrow? How you spend your time in these days?
yeah, they told me that we can go to the city and look around a bit. But other than that, I just want to sleep. You know? I have to deal with some jet lag here.
Yeah, jet lag. I understand it completely.
Yes, so yeah, I have to catch up on my sleep, and yeah, hopefully I can prepare.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What about Khanty-Mansiysk city? What do you think about that?
I mean, I feel like that chess is very well respected here. You know, many tournaments have been organized here, and I like it. And it seems like that the whole city like supports chess and chess players.
Did you see a chess park? You know, trees and chess pieces, very huge ones. No?
No, I didn't have a chance. Yesterday I took a walk with my friend, and
there were some, you know, white trees, and I don't know, it's like a few minutes away from here.
Yeah.
It looked pretty nice, yeah, with the snow and everything. Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. Now the sound is much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it here, and I hope that I can, you know, show some good chess and hopefully entertain some people.
Yeah, completely. And maybe the last question. What advice can you do for players who want to be Grandmaster?
Yeah, it's always a hard question. I mean, I think you just have to keep going. You know, don't give, especially young players. Yeah, if you want to improve that, you know, there are many days and many games that you are disappointed, and you have to come back from that. But it's very hard, especially during the tournament. But yeah, just don't give up, and you know, try to play as many tournaments as possible, especially if you are young. So yeah, basically just keep playing, don't give up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So we are on air. We are continuing the stream. What happened after 2 hours of playing the 4th round of 23rd Karpov International Chess Tournaments? Let's look at the board. So, 3 boards finished with a draw. The first board between Zemlyansky 1 and Glidura Benjamin was a draw. Benjamin was here before our break, and he told that he was at Khanty-Mansiysk before, 7 years ago, I think. And it was a big tournament with a lot of participants. And right now it's a small tournament for only 10 participants, but the best ones. So that's a time to feel yourself unique. And that's important. So happy for the participants about that. As for the second board between Ronak Satwani and Ilya Ilishonok was finished with a draw too. And the third board between Nestor Arsen and Grebnev Alexei was finished with a draw. So right now we have 2 boards that is continuing. Thank you very much. So as for the 4th board, Aram Akabian and Lu Shanlei is playing against each other. What's happening here? The pair of rooks, queen, and a minor piece. Computer said that that the evaluation right now is 0.2. So I think I think that's less than I feel. You know, I'm looking at the pawn e7. This pawn is a real weakness because you can create a battery on e-file and trying to take a pressure on that point, using your rooks, maybe using your queen potentially. So why not? After e5, as for e5. By the way, e5 is possible because right now we have a pin here. Okay. Queen g3, bishop d3. I wanna ask, what about e5? That's a mistake. Knight f3, attacking this pawn. And this trade is impossible because of knight in the center, so e4 isn't working. Knight h4, this bishop is hanging, so my idea isn't working. Okay. Let's remember that. Opening alliance in the center would be in white's favor because white's rook is ready for that type of changes. And, you know, e-pawn isn't so good because taking is prohibited. Knight on d4 would be very successful for white. So bishop d3, going away from the hanging square, and rook e3. Rook is ready to make it double into e-file. I think that's a preparation for the next move. So after b4, for example, that computer recommend us to do takes, and rook e1 to attacking this pawn. Rook d7, that's the top engine line. The evaluation is 0.2 right now, so it's like an equality, completely equality. So black has a compensation in the queen side. Takes on c3 takes, potentially h6. Okay. I wanna try to play queen e3. That's a battery from three major pieces, and I really do not understand. I understand everything. We cannot take here because our queen stays second in that battery, not the last one, so it would be very bad for our number of material. Yep, so let's go back in the position in the board. King f7. Looks like logical, because e7 is weakness, as I've said before, and right now king is ready to protect it. But computer doesn't like this move. I don't know why technically. For example, if I just stay in the place and not trying to do something. b4. Oh my god. What's the idea? b4 takes, and what's next? Where the advantage of white? I didn't see, do not see, whatever. It can be every tense what you want. So queen b d5, knight h4, attacking here, attacking there. Maybe that's a threat to killing a defender. And potentially the initiative of white is growing up in that variation. So got that. King f7. And computer said that black should play it before earlier because that's their idea of counterattack. For example, takes, knight e4, going on c5. The next exchange here, and where is an advantage? Good question. Queen e3 takes. And what's perfect in this situation? You know, that's a questionable moment for me. Even right now, even when I know that advantage is like a half a pawn, no, I'm not sure about that. So we'll look at the game, how game unfolds. Maybe Aram Akabian will show us how it can be capitalized in the real game. But as for me, I don't know. And let's look at the fifth board. Right now, Denis Lazovic against Shamsidin Vahidov. They're playing each other, and what we have here. You know, from the first sight, I can tell you that white has a problem with pawn structure. Sure thing. a4 is a block pawn that can be attacked. c3 is an isolated pawn in the semi-open file, and e4 another blocked pawn. So maybe that's why computer recommend to black play queen c7. it feels like this c5 square needs to this knight, you know. Knight on c5 is perfect piece because he attacked a4, e4, and something else maybe like benefit. So, as for this situation, I'm not sure about that. So, queen c5, queen d3, queen c7. What about queen c7? I don't understand what's happening. Queen d7. So let's try to figure it out together. Maybe it becomes easier to understand something. Right now, after queen b5, we cannot take this pawn because it would be queen b6, right? Takes, takes. And right now we have a trade of weakness to not so weakness. So that's unfair for the black, and they wanna avoid it. Okay, queen c5, queen d3. Right now, takes, takes, takes. Queen take, knight takes c5. So that's another trade, and that's unfair for the black. Because c3 pawn is so weak. What happened? What happened? What happened? One more time, you know, I have a special thing, special time of evaluation sometimes, and in this game, the evaluation was, you know, like explode in white's turn. So knight f3, the equality, bishop e4, and the double attack. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. The second big blunder of Chinese Grandmaster, I think so. He has a big blunder in the first round when he lost his bishop, and right now that's the next blunder. So that's a double attack to bishop and pawn h7, and after bishop takes f3 it would be check, just check. King f8, maybe the next check here to winning a rook on d8, maybe another problem after king e8, just rook takes f3, and you know, a lot of ways to win the game. So after queen h4, black hasn't chances to save that position, and the top engine move right now is computer recommend to play is g5. Can you believe that? Just sacrifice these pieces because that's not working. As for the game between Denis Lazovic and Vahidov Shamsuddin, it was queen takes c3, and computer is screaming that that was a bad move that lost all chances to playing for a victory. So after this trade on c3 and knight takes c5, that was in the game, so the situation is equal. Let's figure it out. Rook a3, for example, f3 protecting the central pawn, understandable. Rook takes a4, rook c1. And computer says that the situation is equal, even with information that black has two linked promoted pawns. Maybe something easier. I want to think about rook b1. No, rook b4. You cannot trade here. So what else? I don't know. This situation isn't really understandable for me. Rook c1. Okay. We have a small threat with rook c8, king h7, and king and knight takes f7. For example, I want to promote my pawns. Check. Going away. Okay. Knight f7, b4. Going away. Check. Okay, the only move. Knight e5. Okay, I can understand that. Continue to push my pawns into the queen. Rook b8. Rook b4. That's too long calculations. That's incredible to calculate for a human being, so I'm not sure. In the fourth board, h7 pawn died, so bishop takes f3, check, and rook takes f3. Right now the evaluation is like +5 pawns. That's too much, too much. For example, queen d5, and this pawn is losing. If you try to protect g6, the next idea, and maybe even rook c e1 with a third attack of e7, so there is no chance to do something with that position. So blunders, by the way, that happens. Things happens, as you know. For example, the reason of that can be jet lag or bad sleep or, problems in family or anything. And that's okay. Even for chance grandmasters, as you can see. So if you see the stream, that can be a, good rule for you for next times. If something bad happened to you, that's okay. Bad things happen with every person in that planet. So, yes. Denis Lazovic played f3, the top engine move here, so he did the right things. After rook a4, as we've seen before, that's very important to play rook c1. Is there a difference between rook c1 and rook d1? Yes, because after rook d1, king f8, check, going away, attacking this rook. So if we stayed in the further line, this idea isn't working because we have a rook c7 and take here in the end of variation. So that's the difference. Okay. So it was queen h5 here, trying to trade the queens, and queen g7. With a simple idea of rook e1, taking on f6, maybe using that pin. So, yes. Lucian Lei has only 2 minutes right now. He played king d7, as you have seen, but a lot of ways. Rook e1, the easiest of them. One more threat here. Rook f6 is potentially a threat because of a pin on 7th rank. So, yes. The evaluation is plus 5 pawns, in white's favor, of course. So there is no big intrigue here. As for the fifth board, Shamsuddin Vahidov has 10 minutes to calculate all this stuff, but I technically don't see other variations for black, because I think if they don't take it, white wanna create something like... By the way, rook b1 right now, that's a threat. And Lucian Lei resigned, so his position is technically unhoping. So his reaction is completely understandable. Okay, Shamsuddin played knight e8 into the last rank, and computer cannot choose between rook c1 and rook b1, but rook b1 it's more understandable for human, because we attacked a pawn, and right now we are ready to take it into the next move. Look at Lucian Lei, he is so sad after that game. I don't know why his tournament is so hard. The second great blunder, I don't know. Technically, as a commentator, I like the situation because it's a content, because it's a situation that we can discuss and all the stuff. But in Aeroflot Open, I was with Alexander Morozevich in stream, and I asked him, does he like this moment as a commentator? And he answered me that when he was a professional player, he remembered that these moments are very stressful for every person who wants to be a professional chess player, because if you identify yourself like a professional chess player, after everything like that, you start to ask yourself, maybe you was wrong about your choice, maybe you're not good enough. And it's so hard for psyche that it's better to of course, not having the situation. So I feel pity about him, you know. In the same time, the game between Denis Lazavik and Shamsidin Mahidov, pawn on b6 was taken, and right now that's a equal situation. So rook a1, for example, king goes away, a4 or something like that. Playing white, we wanna try to stop this pawn using rook and knight. Maybe it's better to play rook b8 firstly to create a potential check here. So knight c7 is prohibited because of a pin. So knight d6, for example, check, I don't know, king g7, another check. Maybe you want to go in here, maybe another path. So everything is under control for Denis. Let's continue this variation. Or not. It was a check in the game. King h2. Logical one. And I think the next move. But I don't know about the next move. You know, it can be rook b8 or rook a6. Because right now, the both moves has a sense. So rook from b8 can push that king stays on the 7th rank to potentially future checks. Rook from a6 stays behind the promoted pawn, as Aron Imsovich recommend us to do, you know, put your rook beside the promoted pawn, whatever your pawn or your opponent's pawn, who cares? That's the best place for the rook. So right now I think anything gives white an okay situation. But technically that's a black's turn, right? Yeah, pawn stays on a5, king knight on e8, and king on g8. So, that situation. Of course, Shamsidin wants to looking for something interesting here. As usual, everybody wants to find something like with chances, but technically that's the only pawn alone. This pawn is alone, so that's easy task for rook and knight to catch it. So knight c7, right? Yes. Knight c7 to prevent rook a6 at least, I don't know. I think it would be check, maybe not. Different ways to continue. Check, for example, king f7 is prohibited because of a pin, so king h7 and king d4. I like that idea because, you know, rook b7 and king f5, knight f5. I always confused with king and knight. I don't know why. Maybe because in Russian language the both words start from the K. That's really strange for me, but technically, you know, in previous year when I commentated this tournament, I was confused with 2 and 4. I've made it in opposite ways always, like every time. Right now I have a problem with knight and king. So, perfect. Knight c7. That's the last game, you know, 2 hours and a half left. So right now, Denis has 6 minutes, Shamsidin has 7 minutes and a half. Knight e7 check was played in the game, right? So it's time to decide where black king wants to go. And I have only one question. What would be after the knight d5, for example? Nothing. Nothing. This rook endgame is completely drawish. Any other options? For example, knight e6. Check and check. f4 with an idea of f5. And you cannot play f5 by yourself because of g4. And you are losing a lot of pieces, a lot of pawns. So, knight d5 is an interesting idea. Because after that, it looks like black should make a trade. And this rook endgame is completely drawish. So that's a forcing variation to make a draw. But maybe Denise wants to find something king f, knight f5, am I right? Knight f5. Looking for chances here. So Denise doesn't want to make a draw. Denise wants to win this game. Or maybe that's just another approach. So, to make a draw, you need to play like for the win. Or at least my trainer said me that, if you start to play game with an approach to make a draw, you'll lose this game in 100%. Because you'll choose variations, solid but no aggressive, and that make your limits. So, you need to play for victory every time, absolutely every time. And that's the best way to make a draw if you need so. Okay, for example, right now, rook b7, that's a threat, but not very dangerous threat. For example, what it was? g6, h5, h5, rook b7, rook c1, rook a1, rook c5. That's a forcing variation that could happen. Okay, why not? h4, for example, as computer recommend, g6, knight d4 on check, another threat, and this pawn lost. The point is, even after the losing of a5 pawn, 4 pawns against 3 is a draw. So there is nothing special here. White hasn't a great chances to win this game. So, yes, rook b7, rook c1, that's happened in the game. Let's promote this variation. Rook c1 is the 46th move, so right now everything is going on. Okay. Rook a7 looks like very logical, because taking this pawn on a5 is a part of our plan, necessary part, so why not? Looking at their foots, I realized that both players are nervous right now, because these actions, like repetitive actions by foots, by hands, that show us the nervous state. So that's typical thing, and when I was a chess player, that's really a habit. When you like sitting in the board and like dun 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 dun. Yeah, know that thing. Okay. Denise has 6 minutes. Shamsuddin has 6 minutes too. The both players in the equal end game. In my opinion, it would be rook a7. Why not? Making our piece better in a small move. Yes, it was in the game. So rook a7. And rook c5 is predictable because that's an attempt to support our piece. But after that, there is a forcing variation like check, king e7, and fork. Rook c2, for example, takes here, knight e6, with a threat of knight f4. By the way, that's important. Okay. What would you want to do? Rook c5, right? Yes. You know, the benefits of this variation is that the both sides has only moves. And right now it's maybe time to win a pawn, maybe playing h4. You know, that's a forcing variation too. I showed you that knight d6, some kind of answer, knight b7, rook c4, taking somehow here, and playing in the one flank. That's really impossible to win. But who knows? Everybody is tired. You know, that's like 7th hour of playing for this day. So everybody can make a mistake. As Lucian Lei in previous game, for example. He has a rating like 2600 and something big, maybe 40. I don't remember the precise number, but something close to that. But technically, blunders. So everybody can blunder, and that's okay. What kind of plan will Denise choose right now? King g3, very safe move for him. You know, he's avoiding any ideas connected with h4 check or something like that. But that idea with knight d6 and knight b7 is keeping on the board. Okay. So king f8, as computer recommend, it's like an logical move, going away from this check, you know, to make this move unforcing potentially. So why not? What did he do? G6, right? Possible option. You know, in endgame with rooks and knights, the game can finish unpredictable only in variations like that. King f8, going away from the tactics, and I don't know. The simple example of affection, yeah. King d4 was played, yep. So that's really an important thing, you know, not to go on f8. Other variations leads to draw. Right now, by the way, knight b3 is kind of threat, and black cannot create something to save themselves from that, right? So, for example, king e8, knight b3, rook c2, takes here, by queen maybe, or by rook, h4, takes. So, we'll look at the results. it's easier to play for Denis because position for him isn't risky. He can do whatever he wants, and the worst result for him, that's a draw. You know, losing this game is impossible. But as for Shamsidin, it's too much risky because one mistake and you mistake it. 4 minutes against 4 minutes. What about, by the way, whatever black can choose right now, whatever, but that doesn't influence on the next continuation. It would be a knight b3 with a double attack, takes on a5, and playing with 4 rooks again, with 4 pawns in the flank against 3 pawns in the flank, correct? So. The main idea of black is trading the pawns in the queen side. So I think this potential history, this potential story with rook c2 and h4 is interesting. So going away from the pin sounds correct. And you know, it's very important to not to play king g7 with an idea of king h6. You know why? You know why? Because after king g7 we have the same tactical, or maybe even knight e6 right now. g5? Was it g5? It was g5. I'm not sure about g5. Computer says that's okay, because I know the rule. If you have less number of pawns in the one flank, you need to keep your pawns in the initial line, not trying to push it ahead. Because if your pawns go ahead, it's harder to protect them when your opponents start to trade something and create a promoted pawn for themselves. So, as for g5, I have some questions, but who cares? The situation keeps equal. So, g5. What it was, I didn't see. Next move, it wasn't knight b3. It was something else. h4? h4. Yeah, it was h4. So that idea with knight b3 is like eternal thing. So black cannot do something to prevent it. That's why you don't need to make it quickly. King e8. Another top engine move was played by Shamsidin. Okay. So the top recommendation, this king h2. I don't know why. Maybe avoiding this capture with a check. So king h3 is more logical in that case. Here, king knight here, for example. Here, takes, goes away. I don't understand how it works. Honestly speaking, don't understand. Knight b3, yeah, it was double attack in this situation. Rook c2 is what played very quickly. And computer says that rook c2 is a huge mistake. Losing 2 pawns into the same moment. Oh my god. 2 pawns. So it was very quick response. But what's the question? Let's figure it out. So right now the best move is rook c4 to play calmly. But after rook c2 takes here. And that's a skewer, or what's the thing? Rook e5, and right here takes. Ah, that's a tactics. I don't know who can calculate it with 2 minutes in clock, but that's really a breathtaking thing, kinda. So right now knight e6 is prohibited because of pin. So you need to play rook b2, knight d4 with an idea of capturing the all pieces. So something like rook d2. Yeah, Shamsidin played rook b2 exactly. It was happened. So interesting trap. Nobody see that before, but it works perfect. Really perfect. So knight d4 in that situation, right? With an idea of taking everything h4, for example, king h3, and nothing changed. So right now that's a threat. And and what? And rook here, for example. That's a threat. Rook a7. So this knight hasn't a choice to go. You need to protect it. Check. Rook d2 was in the game. Rook d2, it was happened. So Denis has only 2 options. The first one, he is, losing that idea and playing somehow like knight f5. So this pawn are alive and situation is completely okay. Or he is calculating variation with rook a7. For example, some here that's impossible because pawn endgame is losing for the black, and after king d8 he has a chance to play here, check, and I don't know what the idea. Rook a7, he did that, top engine move, and very flawless execution till this moment. So, yep. This rook endgame is losing for the black because the king is bordered and king cannot help to protect pawns. Okay, the evaluation is plus 1.7. That's much. That's a great advantage of white. Okay. It looks like the king d8 is the only move for the black right now. What do you think? You should protect it somehow. Rook c2 is prohibited. King d7 is prohibited. Knight hasn't moves to escape. So that's a method of exception. Two minutes in Shamsidin's clock. So he should make something. Let's check the rook endgame here. Rook takes d4, rook takes c7, for example. If there are some chances for the black, no. g4, rook h7, 2 extra pawns in every variation. So no, I think there is no chance. Yeah, Shamsuddin plays king d8. So time to checks, right? Knight c6. What else? What about knight f5? Not so gorgeous, but no. Right now the advantage is close to equality, by the way. So you should be precise till the end. So check on c6. Going somewhere. Check on e7. Going somewhere. And next check, no, I'm not agree with that. Like knight e5. So maybe we wanna go on e5 from the first move, no? Check on c6 was in the game. King c8 was very quickly. And right now, knight e5. No, he did the second check on e7. That's okay. That's a 57th move, by the way. Okay. And knight g6. That's an offer of computer. What an idea. For example, going close. Check. No, the second check. That was the first one. Oi, sorry for that. That was the first one. That was the second one. So king c8. Okay. I think it potentially can be dangerous. If that position makes 2 times, you know, 1 step to draw, but white has an extra pawn and great advantage, so they should avoid that plot twist. Denis has 2 minutes. Not enough and risky, and the second game today. So. What computer wants to see? Knight e5. For example, knight e6. Check, goes away. Rook g8 and attacking these pawns. Okay. So the main question right now is the next move of Denis, because he should decide where he wants to push his knight. On e7, on e5, e7 and g6, e7 and something else, e5 right here, maybe something else, don't know. One minute. Knight e5 with an attempt of take something here. The main idea of, not the main idea, but one of the ideas of this move is, you know, controlling d7 square, so black king cannot go away from the back rank. So right now this rook like bordered this king in the back rank. So knight e6 and knight g6. That's a strange maneuver, by the way, because white could do the same, absolutely the same stuff from here, you know, just that moment. But technically, maybe that's about king d7. But fun fact that our knight has a chance to place on g6 from e7 with a forcing move, or from e5 without a forcing move. And in this game, it was a strange choice. But technically, the advantage is keeping in the board right now. Everything is okay for white, totally. So plus 1.9 right now, that's a great advantage. So the main idea is take the next pawn somehow, and after that it will be 3 pawns against 1. So that's unsolvable thing. King d8. King goes in the king side. Participants had new papers to write moves, you know, because it was the 60s move, and the place in the papers finished. Rook goes to h7 or not. Sorry. Denis has 53 seconds right now, so he doubted about his decision, right? Check on A8. Computer recommends to do the same, by the way. King d7 isn't good because of fork, because of double attack, so king c7, going away from the king side. Maybe it's painful for the black, I don't know. So good good question for opponent. After the king d7, it would be check, takes, and this rook endgame, it's impossible to save, because, you know, blackmailing of trade is working. So it was rook a8 and king c7 in that particular game. And it's time to attack pawns. What do you think about this variation? Rook h8, h4, king h3. So what's our idea? Another check, for example. Okay, rook f7, going from that side and trying to take here. The second check. Rook a7. Okay, it's impossible to ruin something for the white right now. Can imagine that. King d6, yep. Predictable thing. Our knight on g6, white's knight on g6 is staying very comfortable because he protected an f4 square from this thing, like attacking g2 with check or without it. So knight on g6 is very comfortable. Check, goes away. It looks like Denis lost his clock, but technically I think that's something about a few seconds in his clock. So the game is continuing. Maybe it was an attempt to win some time by that maneuver, I'm not sure, but the half of a advantage was lost. Computer recommends for black to play king d4, knight d4, knight e2 check, returning with the threat of taking a pinned pawn and staying here. Like, that's an interesting idea to, hold this position. Interesting. So it was a 60-second move. And Shamsuddin definitely played. So it was a check. King d7, rook a8, knight d4, if I see it correct. So it's time for Denis, to create something here. Rook a5. Okay. Check. On e2 is predictable, so king f2, I'm not sure about that. Discovered attack, and the situation would be one more time, so we are interested about king h2. King e6, for example. Why I cannot take it? That's why I cannot take it. So that's a double attack after king f6, right? Right now the evaluation is equal, plus 0.3. So everything goes to the draw. That moments with, mistakes in capitalization, that's really often things. I don't know why. Yeah, knight e2 with a check. I'm sure that Denis will follow with king h2. It wasn't a game. And the next quick move, king e6, right? King e6. Yeah. Preparing for the double attack after taking on g5. Technically here, king h2, king e6. Okay. Plus 0.2. Everything is losing. And the fun fact, after the check, computer recommends to interfering by the rook. He saw that right now, this knight endgame is equal. Let's look at the position. So, can we go ahead? We can. Maybe somewhere else. I don't know. If I played this game for black, I would go king f7. Right now, white has a small advantage, but after Rook d6, you know, they have nothing. As for this endgame, what's wrong with him? King f7, yes. I'm talking about that. It's impossible to decide, you know, to trade queen in a situation like that, because you need more time to calculate all variations in knight endgame. So. 1 minute against 1 minute and a half. Time troubles, that's a usual thing in the end of the game, so everything is under control. But the point is, right now, knight f4 is not a threat. After knight f4, it would be check with an trade of knights. And this rook endgame is winning for the white, because they attack that pawn and black has a chance to protect it. So that's why we have a rook endgame with 2 extra pawns. After rook h6, computer recommends to play g4, but generally takes g3 idea. Oh my god, g3, this move leads us to checkmate, and after king h3 it would be a fork. That's a chance, I agree with that. But if you're trying to take, we have an endgame with 2 extra pawns, right? Hard to protect in any variation. So, time to decide. If we're talking about endgame without 2 pawns in any case, it's better to ruin opponent's structure and make him pawns like e4 and g2, not pawns in the row. Yeah, he played g4, looking all chances. Takes, and takes. So, white has an advantage, of course, but the process of capitalization wouldn't be easy. There are a lot of chances connected with double attacks by knight and all this stuff. '71st move, by the way. For example, the top engine move right here is rook d4 with an idea of pin, knight f2 protecting that pin, protecting this pawn, knight d7, and the game is continuing. I know that's a very unpleasant period when you need to, you know, protect without big chances to save the game. So your brain wants dopamine about the cognitive hard thing, but it's impossible. So this type of position is the most unpleasant for play. King g3 was in the game, yeah. Attacking this knight to solving all problems with g2 pawn. Knight went away on g6. Computer says that it was the next mistake. I don't know why, but it looks like there is some tactic. After knight d5, so I don't know what's tactic. Maybe after rook e2 you can take this knight, but that's of course a choke. You know, computer evaluations, that's not true always. Sometimes it's just hints, nothing more. But in the real game, Denis really played knight d5. And his advantage goes to 2 pawns from the one that computer showed. Only one question. Not. I haven't it. So after rook d4, you can make a check. And king e6. The next check and trade for knights. So king should go back and blackmail of trading a queens. So knight d5, rook goes on a2. So there is a long process of capitalization. So we can make a short break, to continue with new forces. Okay, let's look at the position, what happened during our time of break. So, pawns are going ahead, closing to back rank. So, as you see, situation is moving somewhere. So, right now, pawn on e4, and as previous, of course. But right now, her path is free. So, after potentially maybe check or king g5. I want to ask you about king g5. Check, king f4. Maybe I want to do that, to open a file for the second pawn. Okay. Rook g5 was in the game with the check. Maybe we are opening a f5 for the king. Maybe that's the idea. For example, king f7, king f5, checking, and interfering by the pawn. So with every action of a pawn, with every movement of a pawn, situation gets easier and easier for white. Oh no, we were here. Check. Situation is not the same here. No, king went to h7. I think in any case it would be king f5. Right now, white has checkmate ideas connected with Arabian schemes of checkmate, like king f5, rook a5, e5, and right now that's really a threat. No, that's not a threat. Here, check. I thought about knight f6. So go in here, go in there. King f5 was in the game, yep. And it feels like time for resign, by the way. King h6, straight to the problems. Rook g8, with an idea of checkmate and attacking of knight. And that's all, guys, that's all. For example, knight h7, g4, just g4, checkmate threat, rook a6. Nobody has the right to budge right now in black's situation, so situation is really losing. Okay, knight gets into trouble, let's say that. So knight g6, that's an offer of computer, but technically rook a2 and takes, check, interfering, everything is okay. Yeah, sure. So, yep, in that situation, Shamsuddin resigned finally. I said finally because last moves were the process of capitalization without chances. So, yep. That's the second resultative game in that round. Tomorrow will be 2 rounds per day, one more time. So in 11 a.m. in morning and at 4 p.m. in afternoon. And after that, in the day after tomorrow, that will be a day for rest. So right now, situation in the tournament is really crazy. So Wahida Shamsidin was shared the first place before that round, but right now he's lost a game, so everything, changed one more time. That's interesting to see, by the way, when a lot of young grandmasters trying to have a first prize and beating each other and creating something new. Yes, but as for them, I'm sure that it's hard sometimes, especially when you lose a game like that. And it requires a lot of nervous energy, to keep silence, not silence. Keep believing yourself after all this stuff. In any case, we finish the stream of fourth round. Thank you for watching, if you are watching. See you tomorrow.